account for the pre-existing axiom that is, ball is life. For the latter effectively transforms the former into, fuck it, we live. And what maxim could be more gravely important than that which urges man to persist at all costs?
Yes, yes, dare bitch, yes. Do not try this at home. I don't know about sex. I have to blast this guy's cock. I'll have you know, I masturbate to cooking shows.
I suck my brother.
You suck your brother?
Thank God nobody else can see it.
Don't you fucking dare. God fucking damn it. It's always the whites. Ignore the cum, okay? Bravo 6 going dark. If it's your own kid, it's different. Because you can beat them as much as you want. I got to find out what happened to my foreskin. You look at these legs, and you tell me that Meals on Wheels here is not getting fucked over in the future. They didn't even give him a wheelchair. Player will hear is it's going to fix their parents' divorce and suck their cock under the table and do their laundry. And they'll finally have a girlfriend.
Oh, I hear a moose. Oh my God!
Let's see if this kills me. Oh, yeah. No, that killed me. For legal reasons, on this stream, this is water. Okay, now I understand why no one cares about this game. When am I getting molested in this office? Dong is for absolutely everyone. Don't let them tell you that only kids can enjoy dong. One of them was Dragon Ball Z porn, and the other was RuneScape. I think we need to give the Germans back the ovens. Dead grandma! Why the fuck do they keep killing all the hot, tall, 8-foot-tall mommies? Fuck Australia, it's full of criminals. This is what streamers do, this is what the professionals do, is they find creative people who have good ideas, they fucking steal them, and then they never credit them. That's how they, you know... 9 to 11 cats in my life, depending on... That's not a 9/11 joke, by the way. Now, I know that a lot of what I said is very non-acceptable in society and stuff. But there's two things I want you to understand. Number one, a lot of what I do is jokes. And number two, I'm allowed to do these racial jokes because I'm actually mixed race. You see, my dad's white.
I wouldn't do that if I were you.
And my mother's Italian. Damn, do we have a broken camera? No, we don't. Holy shit. Oh, what a fucking week it's been. Let me just make sure I don't sound like a goddamn chipmunk. Holy shit. Okay, I don't. Thank God. Jesus. Last week fucking sucked for me. So much more than I let people know. What's up, Super God? How you doing? Oh, Jesus. You know what? I'm so fucking mad that I actually do want to talk about it. Right, I said last time, I think it was on stream, that I'd like started up like a few small businesses and I was like helping some other businesses and making ends meet and so on and so forth. But holy Jesus. Shit went sour real fast. Coding and apparently selling my rights to Ashura. That's normal, don't worry. As long as you sell your asshole with it, it's okay. You'll always have a job. Just keep in mind, Super God, you don't have to be gay. But $20 is $20. Right? I see Banatu subbed yesterday, so thank you, Banatu. I don't want to leave you out just because, you know, that happened. My asshole belongs to Trump, apparently, and my mouth to Elon. Of course, if you say anything positive about the rich multi-billionaire in politics, or Darth Cheeto, you're the devil, Super God. You're a demon. How dare you? I bet you're a white oppressor in a third world country, eh? Man. Funnily enough, I don't care about that. Got it all planned out to torment Mukluk. I don't, Small Fox. I actually don't. That's what the stream is about. You're mixed race. Listen, just because you banged a black chick one time doesn't mean you got some of her genetics, Super God. It doesn't work like that. I found out another famous streamer was grooming someone. Oh Christ! Jesus fuck. Okay, well you're gonna have to tell me about that, Fielder. Shit, dude. This last week has been a bitch for me, and I'll tell you why. Right? Like I said, I've started up a few small businesses, mostly to make ends meet. I'm applying some of my engineering knowledge once more. The legal frameworks I've been dancing around and like trying to get a hold of are such a bitch. And if you're hearing a hiss in the background, that's because it's been pissing rain non-stop for the last 3 days where I live. So you're gonna have to forgive me for that. I live under a metal roof. Or at least that's where my streaming room is. I got kicked out to the garage because I kept waking my wife up. DJ Academics tried flirting with a Palestinian refugee. So you're telling me he was like, I'll give you some dick and you get a green card in return? JHBS Rain, send me some. Yeah, no, it's both beautiful and irritating all at once. Right. So I'm going to tell you a story. And last week I said I wouldn't actually talk about this business because, well, there's like a gigantic stigma around it. And the second you fucking mention it, people get this image in their head. And I can't blame them. I really can't blame them for this because these people who are adjacent or highly supportive of this industry are kind of like the vegans of this world. Right? They're the worst human beings imaginable. And I think they're actually a detriment on what it is. Right? So I've talked about this before. Starting an OnlyFans page. No. Unfortunately, I'm not dummy thick enough for that. Yet. Give me a few more chocolate cakes, I'll get there. It's not furries. It's not that degenerate. It's even worse. It's even worse. One of the businesses I'm involved in that I've been applying all my manufacturing skills to, and it's been doing pretty well up to this point, has actually been the cannabis industry. Right? Now, I say that, and the problem is, the second I say that, the image you get in your head is of one of these fucking losers. One of these goddamn tools. Isn't your garden a weed heaven? It kind of is, but I had to chop it down and restart. Right? So, I've said this in the past. I was, for a little while, I was just growing like certain cannabis stuff and then turning it into an oil, and because you can't sell it, it's illegal to sell it, I was literally just giving it to cancer patients, right? Who needed the help, and they couldn't afford painkillers, they couldn't afford anything, and well, the world was falling apart for them. So, like, you know, I felt like I could do at least a mild amount of good. Now, these kind of losers fuck this industry up so bad, unfortunately, right? They really do. So, I've been helping with the manufacturing side of a production plant in this country that does a really good, clean, clinical job of... Please say I would win. What the fuck are you talking about? Did I miss a message? Right, they've been, like, dissing Shaggy. We're not, Denny. I'm talking about one of the industries I'm kind of involved in because I had to start a bunch of small businesses and I'm helping consult with the manufacturing of stuff like cannabis and shit for like use in like the more medical sense. So, I generally speaking, I've lost a lot of people in my family to cancer and to suicide. So that's probably one of the two ways I'm going out. Right? That's just how it is. That's life. So one of the things I felt I could do was like maybe try and ease someone's suffering. And I've been working with a business trying to like dial up their product, like actually be helpful to people. And this business wants to move into the commercial space, and they want to use the commercial space to then fund what's happening in the medical space. Basically subsidize the people who can't help. Yeah, you know, they can't get fucking painkillers because their medical insurance is such a fucking scam that their medical insurance does the bare minimum, leaves them in excruciating pain after they go through like radiation or chemo, and then refuses to pay for any of their medication and shit, right? And one of the best ways you can deal with it is actually cannabis. But the problem is, these Lamau dude weed guys fuck this entire industry up. Because the second you hear one of these goddamn people speak, they are so unbearable that they fuck everything else up. So what I've been doing is I've been helping with the manufacture of like medical grade cannabis, and this is something I've been doing for a while. And something that fucked me up that I didn't expect to fuck me up happened last week. I got a message from a guy, right? This is a guy who lives... He's not exactly doing great, or he wasn't doing great. He's gone now. Where he sent me a thank you message because he got a hold of the manufacturing plant and he'd asked like who was the guy who made the stuff and so on and so forth, who helped him with their process, and they gave him my contact details. And I'm not gonna like read his private message to me, but essentially the guy had brain cancer and he had lost function in his arms because the tumors in his brain were pressing on certain parts of his spinal cord and fucking up the signals to his arms. He sent me a message thanking me because for the last few months of his life, he got to go to attend his daughter's wedding, look his future son-in-law in the eye and shake his hand, and he got to attend his son's graduation from high school, which is, in my country, it's called matric, right? So this is literally the story of a dude who pulled himself up by his bootstraps. Dude had no fucking money, found a job, started working, supported his family, put his 2 kids through school. His daughter's now like going to university, so is his son. His daughter's married, and then eventually the cancer killed him. And he sent me a message that fucked me up pretty good. I'll be honest, that really actually put it down for her. It was like real pussy shit of me to fall apart and not continue streaming just because I was a little bit sad about this. The other reason I'm really fucking pissed off is with that same business, we did a bunch of like marketing analysis and shit, and it really, really, really pissed me off because on the commercial side of things, I discovered something really interesting that I never thought was going to be real. I genuinely thought for the longest time that these fucking 30-year-old communist losers who look like this, who smoke a bunch of weed, sit on the couch and do nothing with their lives. I first came into this thinking these guys were going to be like the primary customer who were then going to subsidize people who actually needed the shit for like medical reasons, right? And it turns out no. It turns out that's not how this works at all. And you know, I'm going to leave this question to you guys. Who do you think... Actually, no. Why do you think these guys are not actually the primary market for things like cannabis use and shit? I want you to guess this. Why do you think these guys are not actually the primary market for the stuff? Denny's on the fucking money. God damn, that was so fast. Holy shit. I was expecting that to take a good 2 to 3 minutes. None of these losers have a goddamn cent to their name. Not a single one of these fuckers who are like 35 years old, live with their parents, have no job, have no ambition in life, are the primary users. Because none of these dickheads have any goddamn money whatsoever. I live in a country where reality hits hard daily. Well, yeah, fuck, obviously, because you were fucking on the money. It turns out that our primary market, like, users for this kind of stuff are actually high-performing businessmen, high-performing sportsmen, and anyone in, like, a super high position who have this problem where they have trouble switching off in life because they just deal with such excessive levels of stress that they can never calm the fuck down, right? What's funny is that dreads are kind of expensive. Kind of Zerfrost, but what's interesting about a lot of these guys is they get dreads by just not doing anything with their hair. And sure, I'm a little bit jealous because I'm a bald fuck. Definitely not doing this hairstyle. Memory. Even if I had the hair, I wouldn't. Dreads by natural causes. Exactly. It's devastating. But yeah, it turns out that our primary market for these products are fucking dudes that look like this. Guys that look like this. These guys who are like high-end businessmen who work their asses off, have like 5 seconds to chill, or are under such high stress that they can't fall asleep at night. And so that's what they're using like low-end, low-dosage cannabis shit for, and quite consistently, and it helps them a lot. How many new types of lice were discovered in Bob Marley's dreads? I remember that. I remember hearing something about that, Joe. Weed is the new brandy. Fox, I don't know if that was just an offhanded comment, or if that was like a really educated thing you said, but you're not fucking wrong. Most of these guys, most of these like high-end businessmen who like really have their shit together, they don't want to take coke, they don't want to take meth, they don't want to drink because there's a hangover they have to deal with afterwards. Most of them just want to get like a good 4 to 6 hours of fucking sleep. Right? And here's the biggest problem with this. The company I'm working with, the lab I'm working with, contracted out a bunch of marketing douchebags to do like all not marketing, it's like advertising and branding of their products and so on and so forth. And you know what these dipshits did? Is not for a second, after them being paid hundreds of thousands of dollars, right? They didn't do a single iota of research into the market. They just started branding everything like Lamau Dude Weed Seth Rogen from Pineapple Express shit. And they fucked up all the marketing of the stuff. And I just looked at all that branding and I'm like, there's not a single reason why any high-end businessman would look at this product and think, this is the shit I want to take. They fucked up everything. And so for the last week, I've been scrambling with a team, trying to assemble our own like advertising and branding shit that actually matches the primary market of the users. And it's been fucking excruciating. It's been so goddamn hard. Those fucking advertising dipshits didn't get a single thing right. And it hurts so fucking much. It's like if you want to sell drugs in college, sell it to rich kids, easy exploit. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong, Zerfrost, but the problem is rich kids in college don't tend to be a sustainable market, right? They don't tend to be a sustainable market because they develop slowly into losers who don't go anywhere. But people who have their heads screwed on straight tend to be people under high degrees of like cortisol and stress, and they just need some fucking mechanism to unwind. And because of that, all of our marketing, all of our branding, everything they did was so fucking lowbrow retard shit that we had to scramble and put shit together. And the worst part was, they gave us dumbass suggestions like, you know what you should do with the distributors that you're dealing with? You should make them sign a contract that in their store, they always have to play Jamaican weed music. And I'm like, what is this? What is this, fucking first grade? What is this retarded shit that you've said? And so now the company I'm working with is scrambling, trying to get their money back from these goddamn scam artists. I can't describe them any other way than fucking scam artists. And it's pissed me off so much. That's my own little rant. I feel a little bit better for that. But what feels worse is while dealing with this, I get this message from this guy thanking me, saying like, look, I know you're working with this company. I know you've been like, you know, I'm a friend of a guy who's been helping. I was part of the clinical trials, so on and so forth. I want to thank you because I got to do things in my life before I died. Things that were really important to him. And by pure coincidence, this guy was, he was Sutu, right? And I don't know if you know anything about the Sutu, but basically they're a tribe in South Africa. And the reason this guy ended up coming to us was because he came from a highly traditional tribe in an area called Eswatini, right? And that's why he ended up using cannabis, because it's part of his tradition. And the black people who are part of the Sutu tribes in Eswatini have been using cannabis for traditional rituals and shit for like over 300 to 400 years, right? This is not like some random guy who didn't know anything. This is like a guy who was like in contact with a tribal chieftain. And as a thank you, he also sent me something, or at least the chieftain who his family was like a part of and like linked to and shit. Yeah, it's Swaziland, super god. He sent me a very unique kind of strain that only they have access to, and they're like super fucking protective over, because they're really scared that outside forces are gonna like move in and then like ruin their culture. They're like super protective over that, and I think that's probably a good thing. And he gave me some seeds from this, right? Which obviously I passed off to the company and so on and so forth. The Cheech and Chong tribe. Don't make me fucking laugh now. God damn it. But they like gave us like a very traditional strain that we're now trying to like register as something, because it's got some pretty unique properties to it. But I think what fucked me up real hard, and I expected this to feel good. I think that's my mistake, is I expected helping this guy to feel good. Is it the strain they used? in stoner cats. I don't know what that is. It's like a... The strain that... or at least the seeds of the strain that they gave me is a... They claim, I don't think this is true, but they claim it's over 1,000 years old and that their tribes were growing it before they even moved into South Africa. Stoner cats. Okay, what the fuck is this? What the hell is this? Jesus, this is 40 minutes? I'll watch a little bit of this.
Sorry, Miss Stoner.
Oh, it's fine. Material possessions are a social construct.
You see, that's the kind of dreadlocks fucking line that you would hear from these losers who have no money to buy the product anyway.
Don't do it. Don't. Such a little diva. Fine, we can share.
Is this supposed to be like a representation of most white women in their 40s living in a first world country, Super God? No children. 20 million cats. Apartment smells like piss. You know, it's actually funny that you've linked me this, because one of the owners of the business who I'm helping, actually, we had a conversation, and he was joking about how, he was like, look, if all of this fails and like they change the licensing and shit, and we're not allowed to do this anymore, he said his default in life was gonna be, he was gonna make a wine bottle in the shape of a cat and sell it to lonely 40-year-old women without children. That was his, like, and I don't think he was joking about it.
Where did I put that little white... Well, I almost had a senior moment. Sorry.
Oh, by the way, neat little marketing thing I learned through this whole journey with this company. Did you know high-end businessmen don't smoke joints? A lot of them don't. Do you know why? It's because no one wants to fucking walk around smelling like weed. They prefer to take either an oil, a powder, or gummy. And very recently, the company I've been working with has been working on developing a tea, basically, right? Which is like a really fucking difficult thing to do, as it turns out, because you can't make it like you would make a normal tea, right? Yeah, you've got to go through like a very specific manufacturing process. Edibles are much better anyway. No, I get that. I get that. So, like, this is part of our clinical trials and shit. Is what we, like, I mean, it's kind of common sense to think about. If you're smoking a joint, you're putting particulates in your lungs, right? Those little particles fuck with the cilia that's in your throat and your lungs, and over time, those cilia wear down. And so you've got this, like, smoker's hacking cough that you can't get rid of. So none of these businessmen want to deal with that. So they'd rather take an oil, they'd rather eat an edible, they'd rather drink a tea, they'd rather eat gummies, because it's not going to fuck with them the way smoking a joint will. And if they smell like weed and walk into a fucking boardroom, no one's going to take them seriously.
Thief, this isn't catnip. Damn, I just went from Martha to Snoop. I caught some good shit. This...
Wait, hold on. Cannabis of other kinds have lesser degrees of addiction and duration of mental numbness. As far as we've seen, Filter, addiction is like an entire study on its own. We had to get like 4 different experts in. Cannabis does have an addictive compound to it. It has an addictive mechanism behind it. But the problem is that the addictive mechanism behind something like cannabis is closer to a psychological element than the actual physical use case. It's kind of, in a sense, it's kind of similar to alcohol, right? Where a lot of people will have a drink and be perfectly fine, and they'll be like, okay, I'm gonna have another drink next month. I don't want to like fuck myself up. But there's always some proportion of the planet that are more susceptible to getting addicted to it, right? I was thinking it's addictive like gaming or sex. Yeah, kind of like that. There is an addictive element to cannabis because it's got that feel-good element to it, right? How about the duration of mental numbness? So when it comes down to the duration of mental numbness, from all the clinical trials and studies that we've seen so far, there is an element of mental numbness that occurs when people are going through the effects of it, and there is a longer lasting effect that occurs afterwards, and it's kind of like a stacking effect, where if you're like smoking weed like every single fucking day of your life, then yeah, you're going to build up this gigantic backlog of mental numbness that's going to occur over time that your system has to clear out. But over a longer period of time, you do less damage to your body than if you were using alcohol. Kind of like, I'm trying to think of a good analogy behind this. Any medication you take for a long period of time, regardless of what it is, and some things that aren't medication, even food, it turns out, has a longer lasting effect on you. So, we did a study, and the study is like maybe 3 years old now. It's like, hold on, I'm trying to think if I'm allowed to talk about this. No, I didn't sign anything on this, so I can talk about this, right? We had a bunch of athletes, and we gave them different diets, right? And certain athletes, after eating certain amounts of junk food, would tell us, I feel like there is grease moving through my veins. I feel like I'm going to fall over dead if you give me another fucking Dorito, so please don't. And we noticed that there were performance effects, and it turns out it's not just cannabis, it's not just alcohol, it's not just medication, it's literally anything you put in your body. Which, I mean, I guess that's not a big surprise to anyone with a brain out there capable of critical thinking, that what you put into your body directly affects you. But the problem is we need like a piece of paper that shows that things will fuck with you, right? Sugar's a good example. Sugar's a perfect example. What kind of fecal matter's on your mind today? We'll talk about weed, Wojciech, and how I've been completely fucking wrong about who the marketing, who this gets marketed to, right? This is what's very interesting about it, is if you go look at high-end businessmen, if you go look at people dealing with high levels of stress and anxiety but still achieve something in life, they're actually very stringent and very disciplined about how they use these things. But those fucking losers, those whites who keep thinking they're Jamaican, with no money except mommy and daddies, yeah, they go off the deep end real fast. I hate that cannabis can't get me high. I would very much like to alter my sense of time sometimes. I mean, look, I've had to test this stuff myself, cognizant, right? Because I wanted to be a part of the clinical trial. I'm not going to sell something that I don't know the effects of. And I've got to say, the loss of control is not for me. Is a storm going on? Yes, Denny. If you're hearing like hissing in the background, that's because there's literally been rain hitting my fucking house, flooding my neighborhood for the last 3 days. Isn't it summertime? No.
Christ, somebody open a window. It smells like a fart of 1,000 skunks.
Wasn't me. Yep, definitely not my brand.
What is your brand? Gas station sushi?
What the fuck?
Look at my toe beans. They're so pink.
Oh shit, I have them too.
Hey,
Also, this is all bullshit, by the way. There's a neat little thing that I found out as well. So, Wojciech, currently my country, because we're in the southern hemisphere, we're just starting to move into fall now. And so it's freezing cold up here. It's going to heat up again. It's going to go boiling hot again once all the storm clouds have cleared up and shit. But right now it's cold. This whole thing, as well, is bullshit, as it turns out. This whole secondhand smoke thing is worse than what we thought it was because, number one, it doesn't actually get people high. But the smoke that gets, like, released into the air and shit, it sticks to clothing, it stinks, and it gets into other people's lungs and fucks up their lungs as well. This is why, like, the whole medical company that I'm working with refuses to make joints. And I 100% agree with them. They don't want to make joints because they're like, look, joints are like personal use, and medical use of cannabis in a joint format it's unstable. It doesn't give like a direct dosage that you're going to get every single time consistently, right? And you don't want that with a medical product. If you're making a medical product, you want it to be fucking consistent from start to finish.
Guys, do you notice anything strange?
Whoa, yeah. Hammy's toe beans are freakishly small.
Oh yeah? How big do my completely average-sized toe beans feel now, bitch?
No, dickheads. We can talk. We can walk on 2 feet.
Oh shit, you're right. I'm like 3 1/4 inches taller.
Maybe in heels. Easy there, buddy.
Stop!
If anyone got high, they're not having a fist fight. Again, what the fuck? Secondhand smoking can't be that bad. Secondhand smoking is not actually as bad as smoking, obviously, but the problem is it's not about what's happening to the average human being. It's about what's happening to the most vulnerable group, right? And so if you smoke cigarettes around a kid, if you smoke a joint and you're around children and shit, what's most likely to happen is there's some percentage of children that'll start to develop things like asthma or lower lung capacity, because those particulates that have been in your lungs and then come out, those are still little smoke particles that fuck with people around you, right? And so, like I said, these medical guys are they are on the ball, they know what the fuck they're talking about, and they are so meticulous about making sure that they don't affect the most vulnerable group imaginable. Because can you imagine the kind of fucking lawsuit you would face when the stigma already exists and people automatically see it as a bad thing, right? So these people are like so fucking on par with what they do that they're like, no, we just refuse to touch it. It's too, it's too unsustainable. It's not controllable. You're going to get people who fuck this up way too much. We don't even want to deal with it. We don't want to deal with any of that shit at all. So I respect them very highly for that. I learned a lot from their experts, actually. I learned like a severe amount of shit from their experts. Like, they know what the hell they're doing, which is why the marketing fumble that we had to deal with is so excruciatingly bad. Because these guys are like scientists, but they don't know a goddamn thing about advertising and marketing.
Don't you see what this means?
Oh my
God!
I can open the fridge!
Dibs on the pizza rolls!
Ugh. Play yourself out, Reggie.
I'll be at the bar if anyone needs me.
So this is what crazy feels like. I'm losing my fucking mind.
On the contrary, Fifi.
Huh?
What the fuck? Oh, is this like that movie How High? Where they start seeing ghosts?
Higher consciousness.
This feels like it was made by a guy who's never smoked weed. That's not... What was this, laced with fucking LSD?
Them talking means they have to pay taxes now.
They've always had to pay taxes. They've always had to pay taxes. These guys are on par. They're basically paying their government bribe and extortion so that they're left alone. They follow every fucking letter of the law so meticulously. Like, you cannot believe how fucking meticulous these dudes are. I was so impressed when I walked in there. I've never seen a manufacturing plant that had their shit together nearly as much as these guys did. Secondhand is bad in a different way, because firsthand smoke is usually so hot that some bad stuff gets burned away, which doesn't happen with secondhand. Worst is thirdhand smoke, the tar stuff, stuck to clothes, wallpapers, smokers. Well, it affects everyone, right? Think about it this way. Any degree of smoke that's in the air, this is why, like, miners used to get fucking black lung and shit, is because if you've got any form of smoke particulate in the air, there's a lot of moisture in your lungs, right? And dry particles love adhering to moist components, right? And so even if you're breathing it out, if someone else breathes it in, it is more moisture in their lungs than you will find in the air around you, right? So it fucks up everything.
Did you see that?
See what?
Nothing.
All right, internet, expand my mind. Oh shit! Did you know that Satoshi Nakamoto is from the future?
I don't understand the words
What are we
that are
talking
coming
about?
out of your mouth.
Bitcoin
From
now.
the future.
Okay, what does the internet say about skunky smoke?
Skunky
This is
smoke
closer to
can be in
LCD
reference
and
to
acid.
marijuana,
But
aka
some rioters in
weed,
the past
aka
few
perfect.
years shared laced joints causing horrible scandals while praising someone who couldn't breathe.
Yeah, no, that's all fucking black market horrific shit, Filter. That's the kind of stuff that these medical people are trying their best to get away from. They're trying their absolute best to be nowhere near that. You got any info about how bad the heating sticks like IQOs are or aren't? No. Unfortunately, I don't, Allah. These guys, like I said, anything that's smoked, they're avoiding. Vaping, they're avoiding. Anything that's like direct contact with the capillaries in the lungs, they're avoiding entirely. Right? They don't even want to deal with it because the ramifications behind it are just, there's too many negatives. Right? That's why they're sticking to things like consumption into the stomach, because, you know, your hydrochloric acid in your stomach helps break down anything negative. It slows down absorption rates. It makes sure that you're not overdosing, so on and so forth. What about injectables? No, they don't want to do injectables either, right? They're focusing, like, think about it. These industries, you got to, like, focus down, and there are so many regulations you have to deal with that you want to focus down on, like, one component of the market, and all they want to focus on is, like, oral consumption, because apparently it's just, like, the most well-studied, the most, like, it's got the most information, and they know how to regulate it in the best way possible.
Okay, I get it.
How bad is vaping according to that company? In comparison to a regular cigarette, they estimate that vaping on average is approximately, this is like side conversations I've had with the Mashura, it's like 5% as bad as smoking. Right? So it's still gonna do something bad to you, but it's just not nearly as bad as if you were like just smoking straight up tobacco. Oral and no suppositories. No, they're not shoving things up people's asses. Well, actually they might be, but I wouldn't know about that, unfortunately. I haven't known about that part of it. I'll ask them next time.
Sticky, icky.
Oh my god, Earth to
Sinister
keyboard
Minister,
cat.
Alaskan
What are the
Thunderfuck?
side effects?
In a minute! I'm down a rabbit hole.
I just need it for a second. I need to borrow it. Let's just look something up.
Grim Reaper,
Just give it to
Hairy
me,
Monkey,
please. Just
Jazz
give it to
Cat,
me.
That cat's got autism.
Kusher?
Hey, I saw this on TV.
No, synthetic stuff's out, Joe. That shit's dangerous. The concentrations are too high. They're too dangerous. It's not a well-studied phenomenon when it comes to synthetics. And so they're like, look, we'll worry about synthetics 60 years from now when we have the research on it. Put Rose to sleep before they shoot the stuff in his ass. Yeah. No, I just fell over with my ass in the air, and then they just went to town. And then they gave me the meds afterwards.
Yes. Won't be needing you. Hammy, check this out.
No, no, no. Check me out. Woohoo! Oh no. Ooh, shit.
Okay, I don't know.
You inbred muppet.
Purple monkey paws, Bob Saget, laughing grass. Jesus, Beard, learn to dodge nugs, powerful.
No people smoking weed are this aggressive. No people on any of these cannabis products are this aggressive, I've just got to say. Usually they just giggle a little bit and then fall asleep.
Guys, there's a fire. There's a fire.
Stop repeating yourself. Stop repeating yourself. Oh.
Somebody saved the cat.
Oh.
Watch and learn.
Coming through. I got this.
Yeah, again, wine's not going to light on fire like that unless you're throwing something with such a high alcohol concentrate. I feel like whoever made this knows nothing about any of the science behind it. And that's kind of ruining my enjoyment of it, but I can understand this person's an animator and I've got to respect their craft for that. I took oil once, did nothing to me. You may have taken a shitty product then, or you may have taken something that was not, like, you know, regulated and was from the black market, so that'll fuck it up. When I smoked weed, I just ate a shit ton, jacked off, and fell asleep. Yeah, that's pretty common. Interestingly enough, yeah, you may have taken olive oil. Was it wine or bourbon? Ooh, that's a good question. Maybe it was bourbon. Let's give benefit of the doubt. Let's assume it was bourbon, right? What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, to Ashura. Guess what some of our clinical trials showed? You'll love this one. It turns out that percentage-wise, there's a certain proportion of women when they take a cannabis product who get horny. And we're trying to figure out why. We're trying to figure out if it's a secondary effect or a primary effect. But it turns out that there's something to do with sexual arousal that occurs there. And we're trying to figure out, like, is it just that these women are sexually repressed and therefore the removal of high levels of stress then frees up inhibitions of other behaviors? Or is there some kind of direct effect like Viagra might have? Why are we reality checking? Because I'm autistic, that's why, Ashura.
And that's all. What the fuck happened here?
Oh, what? Oh, God, you had a foam party without me? After party in the tub. Who's in?
Yeah, definitely.
This is what happens when a woman don't have children. Invested so much in that product, can I invest? It's like a private venture. Taking money from outside sources, as far as I understand it, is illegal. So no, they don't want to be a part of the black market. Isn't the addiction creating sexual gratitude to award more addiction? So the addiction component is different, right? People get addicted to different things, right? If that was true, we would see high levels of addiction towards things like Viagra, and we don't, right? Addiction is usually, as far as I understand, I'm not an expert in it, but I spoke to one. Apparently, a primary component of addiction is not running towards something. It's running away from something initially, which then sparks the addiction, and then you begin running towards something. For you to start running towards something or moving towards something that gets you addicted, it has to be like a highly controlled substance that actually fucks up the dopamine receptors in your brain so that you can't get dopamine from any other source. So these are things like cocaine, methamphetamine, so on and so forth.
They count me out.
What's that, Sweets?
Meow.
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 Come on, you filthy animals. Did I ever tell you about the time I took a bath with Andrew Lloyd Webber?
And on that note, do you know how expensive that was?
Don't be a pussy, Reg. Be a cat until we figure out what the Twilight Zone fuck is going on around here.
Weekly Elderly Easement Dispensary. How can I help you, Miss Stoner?
Actually, I'm her caregiver. There was an incident with yesterday's delivery.
What kind of incident?
Oh, doesn't matter. She's getting worse, okay? The point is she needs more. Like now.
Oh, damn Mercury retrograde. Quiet, you. Oh, this is the 4th time this year that... Or is it the 3rd? How many retrogrades are... Oh,
What the fuck?
what was I doing?
Bollocks, we may have a looming catastrophe.
Ma'am, is everything okay?
No, everything is not okay.
Oh, come on, get it together.
She's about to make a scene.
Yo, Hamilton, really?
I mean, she's really starting to slip.
Oh, Davis, not today. I really need you to move.
It's actually really depressing. This animation is actually really fucking depressing. Thinking about this poor woman surrounded by 4 fucking cats. No children, no life. Oh man. Oh man.
Out of the way, sweets. I gotta clean this up before...
5, yeah. Sorry, 5. I'm sorry.
Wait,
I miscounted the mental trauma this woman's been through by being alone. My bad. If a neighbor's Asian, maybe there'll be 1 less cat in a week. We'll see.
Hello? Ma'am, can you hear me?
Oh,
Hello?
I think I need to lie down for a minute.
Great news. There's a van in the area, and I think they can make it.
Great. Just get the fucking weed here right.
Did you just meow?
What? No, I'm not a cat.
Good morning, Miss Stoner. Nice. Here's your blazing fast delivery.
Oh, I think you have your stoners mixed up.
Nope. Looks like the order was placed...
How is there 40 minutes of this? I don't know, but we're not watching 40 minutes of this.
Maybe you. Definitely not. Shut.
Pay for it to go to waste.
Huh?
Has anybody ever told you you look like a young Bob Fosse? Who's got the pen?
Get on the van. What the shit?
Okay.
Thanks for the light, kid.
Okay, that's all I needed to see. This is. I'm sorry. This is. You know. This is just not, you know, my level of shit. I'm sure someone enjoyed it. I'm sure a bunch of people actually enjoyed it if this is 4.5 million views. But not for me. I have more important things to focus on today. Plus, goddamn, 40 minutes of that. That would drive me nuts. I don't have the attention span. And I'm too autistic. I keep on, like, pointing out things that are wrong. So instead, what we're going to focus on right now is I need to come up with a plan to fuck with Mukluk as much as possible. They even murder her nephew. Well, maybe he deserved it. I want to figure out right now. That looked horrible. Well, someone enjoyed it, Badger Seed. Not me. It seems like it would be better cut up into 5 to 10 minutes shorts. Or it probably would be. So, anyway, moving on. I need to figure out how to fuck with this man as much as possible within the next 24 hours. I googled Mukluk. I didn't get Mukluk. Apparently he's named himself after a pair of shoes. That's better. I need to take this man right here and figure out how to fuck with him as much as possible. Because tomorrow's stream, in approximately 26 hours from now, He is going to be teaching me what I'm supposed to be doing with my Guild Wars 2 character after they hit level 80. Now, I have something I need to figure out. And I'm pretty sure I know the answer for where this starts off, right? Mukluk plays on the US servers, right? Mukluk is a US server enjoyer, if I'm not wrong. But does he have an EU account? US and all Asura. Disgusting. He plays both. So he's got level 80s on both the US and the EU servers, right? He switches because he's an ArenaNet partner. Okay, then my next question is, do you think it would be more valuable for me to have a US character or an EU character? Which one would be more valuable? I don't actually know how the server tech on Guild Wars 2 works, so maybe I need to figure that out first. Maybe that's step 1 right now. Maybe learning whether I can switch between EU and US is step number 1. And how the fuck do I do that? Def's EU, you can swap, but then we can't play with you. So, am I able to create a US character while not losing my EU characters? That's the real question. Can I have characters on both EU and US at the same time? Or do I have to now have another account for that? Same account? No. Shit. Okay, so maybe I need to look into getting a US account. Because I figure it would be a better video, a better explainer, a better thing for both me and him if I can get him to take one of his characters and guide me through the game rather than just having a conversation with me. I think that would make for something far more engaging, and if I'm being honest, it gives me multiple ways to fuck with him. And I don't know if you agree with me or not on that point, but I think it would be more interesting that way. Also, excuse me, my ear hurts. So maybe I need to get a US account. Or what I'm gonna need to do is I'm gonna need to message him and ask whether it would be valuable to do so. Like whether I should switch or whether he's okay with switching. No, this part's fine. Wojciech, it's perfectly fine if he's watching the stream. That doesn't matter. It would actually be helpful to get his opinion on this, to know whether I should get a US account so that I can be in the game with him at the same time. We can be in the same party, and then he can like lead me through different parts of the game. If you get a US account, you will have no 80 booster. That's fine. If I have to spend a little bit of money, as disgusting as it is, I will go into the cash shop and pay for it. And that's fine. I just need one boosted character. A boosted character would form the exact same experience as if I had taken a character, gotten to level 80, and not done anything further. No, that's fine. He's not going to figure that out. He's not going to have time to watch that. This is why I'm doing it now, Wojciech. This is exactly why I'm doing it now. He doesn't have the time to watch that. This man is busy. He streams like twice a day. Are you and Muck doing the campaign? I don't think we're doing the campaign, but essentially what I want Mukluk to do... Here, let me lay it out for you. Have a level 80 character. Have Mukluk guide me through what and where a level 80 character should go and do. Then have Mukluk show me his personal favorite thing. He recommends for a new level 80. From that point, I can then have him go down the list of things that he may feel that he may need to either demonstrate to me directly because ANET just hasn't done a good job of explaining it, or just like drag me into maybe a fractal of some other shit, right? Like what would be the high level valuable content for someone who's just hit level 80, doesn't know what the fuck they're doing, has just figured out that they've got like a million other specs that they've now got to figure out. Should you be grinding specs? Should you be worrying about hero points? Should you just pick a build and go fucking bananas? Should you aim for the story? Is the story even valuable to do? Are you going to lose your fucking mind like you did with the Zaitan fight? Are there certain components you recommend skipping? Do you see what I'm saying when I say this, right? I don't know what HTCM is, but I'll ask him about it. Tell to friend, maybe a thing needed to... hold on. I reckon he's going to advocate for elite specs and gear upgrades. Okay, well, that's on the list then. Now, if I have to create a US character, we all know right now that the US is full of gigantic, unbearable pussies. We've seen this because my character, the Ryle Chapist, kept getting fucking reported. Which means I now need to figure out a name that's going to upset as many Americans as possible. If I'm going to be getting a US account just to do this. So maybe I need to actually think about a character name. No, that's too easy, Joe Paz. That's too easy. What would make a good name? What would make a game? Or, I mean, what would make a name that directly fucks with him and his community? We know that his community is highly PG. We know that he keeps a PG stream. So I need a name that doesn't cross the line, but lives exactly on the line when doing this. Something that I can get away with, so that when he makes this into a video on his channel, he's not in trouble with YouTube. Elon Mukluk. You know what? That's not bad. That's not bad. But I need something harsher. I need something a little bit harsher. And I think I know where we need to go for that harsher name. Hey there, Bing. I'm looking for a name. For a name. A spicy name. For my Guild Wars 2 character. That doesn't break TOS, but rides the line. What would be considered socially acceptable? Or not? Can you give me some suggestions? Let's see what we come up with. Siopa, I almost want to keep that for making like a guild in Guild Wars 2. Mukluk's clan. You know what? I'm writing that one down, actually. I'm writing those two down. That's beautiful, actually, because on first inspection, you don't notice that. That's very nice. That's pretty decent. Those name suggestions suck. I need something far more socially unacceptable. Jesus Christ. Jesus fucking Christ. These suck. Even worse, please. I must caution you that going even further would lead to immediate action from the game's moderators. Okay, just give me... Okay, just straight up give me names. And we'll go from there. It goes for the most generic things imaginable. Fuck master. These are like the most generic fucking names that... Oh, Christ. This is why I say that AI has no creativity. I suppose it's kind of the same as Elon, huh? Gropist. Jesus Christ. I need something more creative than that. Masturbating mage. Oh Christ. Yeah, anyone with triple X in your name, just know that you fucking suck. Number 9 will surprise you. Yeah. Oh, Christ. These suck. These are terrible. Grok, you suck. Siopa, you nearly got it, but you gave me a great, that was brilliant inspiration, so thank you. There's got I'm formulating one in my head right now. All right, one that may or may not work. And I'm thinking specifically of George Floyd right now. And I'm trying to think how to integrate it into a name. Muck Faster. That, you know what? That's not bad. But we're gonna take out that C. Does Guild Wars 2 allow names? Hold on. Does Guild Wars 2 allow numbers in names? Gotta test this out. No, it doesn't. Damn it. Fuck. Damn it. I was gonna go Muck Faster 69. But I suppose we should stick with a name that fucks with him directly, right? We should stick with a name that directly plays with the mind of Mukluk. Maybe we could get away with that. Muckfaster 69. I like that suggestion. Damn, this is harder than I thought it would be. That's too many letters, isn't it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Yeah, that's too many. Wait, so what's the plan of harassing Mukluk? Asking him to train you. So, Cyro, essentially, within the next 24 hours, he's going to be helping me in Guild Wars 2 decide what you should be doing next. Ideally, as a level 80 character who's just hit level 80, just experienced the Zaitan fight, you've now gotten over the suicidal thoughts that you've had, and you've decided to continue to play the game instead of uninstalling it entirely. Muckback Mountain's not bad. I'm trying to think how to make that worse. Just saying, some words are straight up banned. Yeah, I'm aware of that, Super God. That's why I'm trying to, like, get around this issue. I'm trying to figure out how do I play this where I'm riding the line, but it's not enough to get the character banned. Maybe that's a killer from the US. Lakichi Makijionian. No, I need... Okay, let's get more specific. we know that Mukluk is Canadian, right? We know that essentially he lives in the 51st state of the US. That he's essentially soon to be a US citizen. It just hasn't happened yet. State 51 might be a good one. That might be too subtle, though. I need to figure out how to make that worse. Canadian married to a Russian. You see, I don't want to go after his wife. That's disrespectful, Super God. I just want this to be with something... I want this to be something that when he registers the name, he has to take a moment to decide... He has to take a moment to decide, like, how much trouble can I get in for this? Or am I gonna be fine? I have no idea when he moved to Canada. I figured he was always Canadian. Muck lives in Georgia. He lives in Georgia? I do have Ryle Chapis, but I do think that... So, Cyro, I've been thinking about the name Ryle Chapis, and the problem is the dude's got children, right? That's a little bit fucked up. That's a little bit like, you know... I don't want this to feel like a targeted attack against, like, his kids or some shit like that. This is the art. This is why I say this is an art form, right? You've got to decide how to fuck with the guy directly, but not enough that he says fuck you and leaves. Maybe born in Georgia, I guess, but since I've known him Canadian. You know what? I'm gonna have to ask him. We're gonna start a race war on his channel, figuring out whether he's Canadian or not. Fuck. I could go with something that's like, it's like a play on the sound, and so it works. So K MIDI. Like, you know, you understand the intonation of that sounds like P. Diddy, right? So I could get away with that. Let's go a level deeper. What are the names of Mukluk's primary characters that he plays? This'll help me decide. This'll make it a lot easier. This'll add that extra layer of spice if I can. We'll ask ChatGPT since it seems to be able to crawl the internet. Sorry, it's a habit for me to put it on the second monitor. Hey ChatGPT, hey Bonzi buddy. Do you know of the Guild Wars 2 content creator Mukluk? Yes, I know of Mukluk. Well-known Guild Wars 2 content creator. Fantastic. Can you name level 80 characters he tends to play? While he hasn't publicly listed all his characters, he frequently features multiple professions in his content, including rangers, amongst others. Apparently, he's got a hard-on for rangers. Name your character Mukluk and just do terrible stuff in-game. No, that's too baseline. That's too baseline. It's got to be worse than that. Alcohol effects on toddlers. He plays small characters, only rats. The mucker. Hmm. What sources are you pulling up here? Maybe I need to go through his Twitter. Maybe that'll give me some more information to work with here. Maybe we need to just go a layer down. Check your DMs. Okay. Oh, you mean on Twitch? If this is your penis, I swear to God. Yeah, no, his mail, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that, good fellow. Thank you for that info, but I'm not going to do that. I want to fuck with the guy. I don't want to ruin his life. Jesus Christ. You fucking people taking it so fucking far. Holy shit. I just want to fuck with him. I just want to leave him in the state of wondering what the fuck just happened. You know, like you walk into a bar, you get drunk. You think you find someone attractive, you take them home, you fuck their brains out, you wake up in the next morning, and it's a 70-year-old woman whose makeup has now melted off, and you just have to stare at the ceiling for a good 10 to 20 minutes going, what the fuck did I just get myself into? That's the kind of feeling I want to give him. Well, he has been playing Kingdom Come recently. Right? So maybe there's something there I can use. Long-time viewer, first-time harasser. Is there a stream planned where you two will play together? Yes, technically, Black. That's happening tomorrow. Which is why I'm prepping for it now. It's why I'm planning for this now. I've got it. I figured it out. There are two routes I can go about doing this. There are two primary routes I can go about doing this. I can either pick the name of someone he's had issues with in the content creator space, or I can pick his most hated in-game character and do something with that. Now, which one of those two yep, you got it, Super God. So which one of those two sounds like it'll be more effective? It's Brahim. He hates Brahim. Now, I can't blame him for that one. Both. How would I integrate both? Nike is easy to fit with other words. It is. Brahim Nike-san. That's not bad. That's not bad. So I've got a few ideas. We'll go with an Irish name with the Muk in it there. Nike Braham's son. That's just an inversion of what Danny said. Braham has a child called Nike. Braham Muck's son might work. Let's keep it straightforward here. Let's keep it simple. Not the embedding. Exactly why I'm choosing that. Sorrow. Muckistan might be banned. Well, we're gonna find that out. Let's figure that out. This is exactly why I'm doing this now. I don't know about the Istan stuff, but maybe. We'll see. Well, we'll find out. This is why I need to do this now. This is why this is so important. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Oh, it won't let me put oh, double capitalization doesn't work. Okay. No, it's cool. Muckistan works.
I am Silvari.
Nah, it works. It works just fine. It works just fine. Let's just delete that. Oh wait, hold on. I have to put in the full name. I just wish it would let me type delete. You should be able to use like Muck. Yeah, maybe I'll do that. Well, we'll see. We'll see when I choose a final name. Fuck. If you're not taking Braham Muxon, I just might. Well, look, if you want to use it, I'd say go for it. Can someone explain the embedding thing as if you were talking to a toddler? Essentially, Mukluk had a conversation with someone who had a website, And they were like, hey, can we embed your stream, Mukluk? It would benefit us and it would benefit you. They embedded on his stream. People caused a drama about it. Mukluk was like, all right, I'm done with this embedding shit. Stopped embedding. It had no effect on him whatsoever. And then it stopped. That's the whole drama. There you go. It basically, a bunch of people just got mad and cranky and started screeching like little children. Particularly a guy called Nike who was a little bitch and started making Twitter posts about him, but refused to name him directly because he's just a gigantic pussy. I know there's a name lockout. When you delete a character, it locks the name to your account for some time, but I think it's maybe 1 hour. That's fine. That's fine. I can always change it later. The effect was less than 2%. It might have been somewhere, like, the numbers are hard to figure out, Relantis, but it may have been somewhere from 10 viewers to 100 viewers, but it quite literally did nothing for him because it didn't grow his stream, it didn't change his position in the algorithm, it just made people decide that this was a drama that they were going to hop on and start attacking him for. So it was literally just a net negative for him to be doing it whatsoever. So it just didn't help. What's up, Keith? How you doing? Also, thanks for the sub, Foliate. Don't want to miss that before that disappears. God damn it. Why is this so fucking difficult? Okay, so. I think I want to definitely go down this path. I think this hits on a personal note. Right? I guess I asked that wrong. What is embedding? Essentially, Grizzle, it's when you take your stream and you attach it to a different website. So when people visit that website, your stream pops up whether they want to watch it or not. And Twitch then counts that as a viewer. So theoretically, it's almost like organic bots, where people didn't come to watch your content, but they end up being counted as a viewer in your stream, and it doesn't actually, like, help.
If you make the character a ranger, you can name your pets to extend the name or change the context.
What do you think I'm gonna do?
Game. You can even swap between two pets to take it further. Tomlinson, don't worry, I'm prepping to harass him tomorrow. I'm prepping to harass him, don't worry. This is important because he's helping me out tomorrow. I think I need to go for one of these. These are gonna fall by the wayside because they're just not, they don't have the same effect as something that hits closer to home. Something that's gonna make him, you know, stare at it for a second and be like, God damn it, what have I agreed to? This is what, no, I don't want to touch his son, don't want to touch his wife. That's over the line. Good or bad, that's over the line, Relantis. If I'm fucking with someone, I want to fuck with them directly. Right? If that makes sense. Something that makes him think, oh god, what am I getting myself into? Exactly. Nah, that's too far. That wouldn't work, Super God. That's too far from the target of what we're aiming for. I think this is gonna be the list. I'm gonna put a poll in chat and you can decide from here. PG 100, nah. Nah, that's too far from the task. I need something that other people are gonna recognize as well. Now, if I make a female Norn character, okay. So we're gonna start deciding on race now, right? We're gonna have a few race wars here, right? I'm going to give you these poll suggestions, right? This is going to be a female Norn. Puck's big meanness. We'll make that a char. That's better. Embed Mukmukistan. What kind of character would that be? What race would that be? Definitely a human. You're right. Sorry, you got it. Yeah, they're not Elonians. They're just humans. That one's not spicy enough. We're taking that one off the list. We're going to take this one off the list as well. And we're going to leave this one here. You can make a Sylvari that just looks like a penis mushroom. That's what this is going to be. Thank you. A pink Sylvari with a mushroom head. That's perfect. Right, now I'm going to give you these choices. And you're going to tell me which one of these sounds like the best one that we can use to mess with him. And let me just message him quick. Just so that he can respond to me within the next 24 hours and we can, like, make sure that, you know. Yo, I figured it would be better. Talk. I'm just messaging him quick. I know he's not going to reply now. Okay. So, character name. We've got Nike loves Mucky. Right? Very important character in Muck's life. We've got Embed McMuckistan. Call back to the Embed drama. We have Puck's bobbed meanness. Definitely going to be a char. And we have Muck's milk truck. Which is going to be a female Norn. You tell me which one of these names you feel deserves to be the character we make. What's up, Snap? I'm harassing Mukluk tomorrow. I'm getting him to teach me Guild Wars 2 and what you're supposed to do with a character after level 80. And so we're deciding on a name that's going to... that rides the line of acceptability in the PG community, but just enough that he's going to stare at the character name for a good 5 to 10 minutes before asking himself what the fuck he got himself into. So, the name decisions that we've got in the poll are Nike Loves Mucky, call back to that lovely little drama that happened. We have Embed McMuckistan, which is going to be a brown human. We have Puck's Barbed Meanus, which is going to be a char. And then we have Muck's Milk Truck, which will be a female Norn character. These are the choices we're coming up with. I think the char character works quite well, because they always have spiky armor on, so that'll work out great. You could play an Asura that looks exactly like his characters. I could, but that's not enough to mess with him, right? He'll just be like, oh, cool, it looks exactly the same. I'm sure ANET will allow it. And then, look, if I can call a character Riled Chapist in fucking World of Warcraft and play the character for a week before it gets banned, I'm sure I can get away with this for a day. Okay, we have Embed McMuckistan, and I've decided I'm changing this. I'm going to make this character, because of that brilliant suggestion you had right there, Fern. We're gonna make it look like Mukluk. And I will buy whatever the fuck I need to in the cash shop to make that happen. The problem is, wait, does Guild Wars 2 have turbans in it? That's the real question, Syro. You do have 5 character slots, by the way, so you can go more. Yeah, I could, but I just need one character. I need to focus down on this character. It's really important that I get this shit set up now. Oh no, I'm not making it look like his character in game, Bananas. I'm gonna make it look like him in real life, as much as possible. Okay, it looks like Embed McMuckistan is gonna win this. Which is fantastic. Now we can start off with character design. Now we can get into that good shit. Let me just turn off the music in game here. Okay, so we're gonna need a human. We're gonna need a dude. Oh shit, Milk's Muck Truck has caught up on us. Maybe it takes the lead. Oh shit. There's still time. There's still time for it to be changed. Maybe we get Milk's Muck Truck. Embed McMuckistan has taken the lead once more. Milk's Muck Truck has taken the lead. Oh shit, this is neck and neck. Embed McMuckistan is back in charge. This is gonna be a close one. Holy shit, I'm fucking pulling this shit up. Hold on. You fuckers are gonna make me fucking pick by myself, aren't you? You goddamn bastards. Okay, Embed McMuckistan is winning, it seems. Where do I vote? In the Twitch chat. It's in the poll. Just above you. I don't know how it works on mobile. Or if you're on some weird shit like an iPad. Embed McMuckistan it is.
As a piece of actual advice, you should have a character that's a jeweler, artificer, because you'd be surprised how many things require those characters to craft.
Yeah, I'll worry about that later, Cyro. I don't care about that right now. Embed McMuckistan it is. By one vote. By one singular vote. Obviously, we need to have a ranger because I need to pick out names for the pets. Right? That's highly important. Right? Especially since I learned that apparently he likes that. Now, do we make Mukluk? I don't know what Mukluk's height is. How tall is Mukluk? I don't think he's tall. Make him 5'11". That's the bottom of the line here. It doesn't let me go shorter. He's 5'11". Okay, that's perfect then. That's perfect. Hide the armor. Just yeah, there we go. There we go. That's perfect. And now, as we all know, Mukluk is a black man. Hold on, what the, now I need to pull up a picture of Mukluk, goddammit. Hold on, give me a second. I need a picture. I need a reference image. This is fucking ridiculous. That'll work. One of his thumbnails will work. That's perfect. Oh yeah, there we go. Ignore all the other shit in my desktop that I still need to clean up. That's good. That's good. That'll work. That's great. That's what we need. That's what we need. Ah, fuck.
Muck is what others consider kneecaps. Press the randomizer button to get a hideous head start.
We're just gonna keep this open. And every now and then we will reference back to it. Is there a more pinkish skin tone? No, that's... No, he's not a Julio. He's not dark like that. There we go. Wait, Muck is what others consider kneecaps. Press the randomizer button to get a hideous head start. Nah, this is good. Well, what I've got here is perfect. Now then. You know what? We're gonna have to go with the palest. Let's be honest, he doesn't go outside. None of us do. Muck's Asian, right? Hold on, I need my reference image open. I'm gonna need to move this here so I can see what the fuck I'm looking at. Well, that's disturbing. That without the scar might work. Now, his jaw isn't that big. There we go. That works. He's got a nice scowl on him. Yeah, now we just need to change the hair a little bit. What kind of hairstyle you got? What are we working with here? That's Teapot's face. You think that's too close to Teapot's face? You don't think that's... Alright. Alright. Hold on. Let's actually fix the hair. I think it'll be easier to figure out the face if we figure out the hair first. No, that's too much hair. That's my hair. What do we got here? That's close, but not quite there. No. No, he's got a pot. He's got a pot in his hair. There's more faces with the makeover kit. Well, I'll worry about that later. I need a baseline character. That one might work. No, go back. Top mid. Top mid. That one. Nah, you see, this one doesn't have a part in the hair. That's the problem. Actually, let's see what Mukluk looks like currently. Let's go see what he looks like right now. Let's get a more recent image of him. How do I fucking... Okay. Let's go back. Is he live right now? He's not.
Well, you can just tank out Mantis, right?
I'm not the type who...
This is perfect.
I yield. Mercy.
Okay, he literally has not aged a day since that photo. He is literally the same human being. It's literally the same human being. This is perfect. Except, goddamn, he's been holding his head in his hands for a little bit too long on that side. That's perfect, though. Okay, great. My reference image is good. I suppose the closest I'm gonna get is this, probably. Since it's got the part. A little bit too much hair. It's just, let's just make a subtle jab here. Just a little mild, subtle jab. It's a little bit, a hint of grey. A tinge of grey. I think that's the best facial hair we're gonna get. Nope, there's better. There is better. Yeah, there we go. That's gonna work. That'll be good. Now I can do the face. Now the face is gonna make more sense for me to do. You really have to remember that Muck can have jokes fly over his head. That's perfectly fine. That makes it even better. Now we can go through the faces. Too angular. This top right one might be the best. No. No, he doesn't have blue steel. No. Is this the one? Is this the one? Is this... Is that the banger of an image that it needs to be? Let me just move this out the way. It's annoying me. Is his nose that big? It's not. You're right, it's not. I don't think... can you change the nose details? When I first made a character, I didn't bother with the character creator too much because... fucking... I'm not here to play online Barbie. It's not that. He doesn't have the angry look on his face. Oh, yeah, there's the Mukluk face. There we go. That's the one. Top right fit better. Okay, so we've got this contender and this one right here. Top right did fit better. The problem is, top right here looks a little bit too good. I don't want him to think I'm trying to fuck him. It looks a little bit too good. This works, but what the fuck is with that eye scab? But aren't you? That's for later. Don't tell his wife. Okay, none of these work. Okay, yeah, it's top right. It has to be top right. No, there's gonna be fanfics, but honest. I'm gonna get ChatGPT to write me up a fanfiction between between Mukluk and Nike. We're getting to that part of the stream, don't you worry. We're getting there, okay. I think that's the best we're gonna get. No, I've already got a name picked out, Joe. We've already decided on a name. What color eyes does this fucker have? I don't actually know what Mukluk's eyeballs look like. Damn. Brown? Does Mukluk live in Browntown? God damn it, it's so fucking difficult to find an image of his face. Where his eyes aren't covered, or he's not squinting. Maybe he is Asian. Yeah, I think it's brown. Yeah, that's probably a brown. We're gonna go with brown. Now we can go back to our reference material. And start fucking with his face a little bit. Okay, brow thickness. No, he's got thinner brows. Eye color. He's kind of got... Yeah, eyes are about there. Eyebrow angle, a little bit flatter. Eyebrow placement, a little bit higher. A lot higher, actually. Eye size. He's got squinty little eyes, doesn't he? So mad I'm gonna be at work tomorrow and miss this. Yeah, it's fine, there's always a recording. They'll never show in game, that's fair. You're probably right, this doesn't matter as much. It's more about the general look, right? Nose tip pointed downwards, thank you very much. Oh wait, no, that's nose in and out. Let's give him a nice big nose. That's fine. Nose length. He needs a high nose, but I need the tip to drop. You know, something a woman's never said. I need the tip lower. Yeah, that's okay. So that's as close as we're gonna get, unfortunately. Thinner lips. And then jaw. Yeah, we got. Come on, we gotta give him a big head. Yeah, that's better. We're gonna give him one of those like bobble heads, you know, like I don't know if you know those dudes who like their head is disproportionately sized to their body, and you know that if they lean over in one direction, they're gonna start tripping. Have you seen Preacher's transmog competition for Guild Wars 2 where dude made Asmongold? I haven't actually. How do you flirt with the guy and not know his eye color? Super God. If his eyes are closed in pain and suffering, I don't need to know his eye color. I think I'm accidentally building Giga Chad here. This is bullshit. Okay, he's always wearing a black shirt. That I am aware of. I'll take a look at that just now. No, don't worry about the bobblehead. That doesn't matter. This is a temporary character. This is not a character that I'm going to be playing for any length of time outside of messing with him. I suppose none of this matters because the character is going to get boosted in levels, right? I don't care about the character boosts in-game and if I waste them or not because I was never going to look at them anyway. Jesus Christ. Okay. Maybe... he needs to be more pinkish. Does everyone just look like shit in Guild Wars 2 when the lights go off? Yeah, we'll leave it that pale. That's good. My pet is a stalker. Yeah, that's perfect. I know you get multiple pets when you boost the character, blah, blah, blah. All of that. I'll worry about the boosting later. I'll do that off stream. Charm, dignity, or ferocity? Which one best describes him? I suppose charm. You have to be pretty good to stay PG and not scream fuck every 10 seconds playing this game. I was raised in the streets by common folk. Among the nobility. He's a first worlder. Come on. Come on. One of my biggest regrets is that I passed up an opportunity to perform in the circus. He's on Twitch. He's in the circus. I never recovered my sister's body. That's a little bit sick, but... I never searched for my true parents. Yeah, that sounds about right. We're making Mukluk in-game for when I harass him tomorrow. That's what we're doing, Devilus. Everyone said I was blessed when I was young. Duena, goddess, healing, air, even-tempered. No. Balthazar. Melandra, I know Balthazar turns bad. She is the patron of the most attractive, graceful. No. Inspires me to find greater courage. Affinity with animals. She's not a Californian white woman, so that's not going to work. Make it Cormia because no one likes her. Alright, fuck it, Cormia it is. Now then, what was that name we chose again? Embed McMuckistan. There are no special characters that I can put in here. There's no dashes. I have to put a space. Okay, what do you think? Space or no space? Which one works better? There's no apostrophes, no. Yeah, I think the space works better. There we go. Now I've got to turn this off. This is important. This is very significant that we listen to Mukluk's backstory.
The human race once ruled Tyria. Now, we struggle to hold our ground.
Loss in viewership, pretty common.
Defeated, driven back, broken. But we will not surrender.
His embeds got destroyed.
Only Kryta still stands. Our faith is strong despite the silence of the six gods. With courage, we'll make our stand in Divinity's reach.
His first embed on his personal website.
The city is my home. I was born into luxury, a noble of Divinity's reach, and privilege comes with responsibility.
Of course, very privileged.
I protect the commoners under my care. They believe in me. I'm grateful for their trust, and I will not let them down. Today, I plan to venture beyond the gates of the city.
Fuck that guy in the middle.
Myself. But when I arrived in Shane,
goddamn Fred Flintstone
I found
ass.
The town under siege
motherfucking Scooby-Doo looking. You bought a US account?
Innocent
no.
Villagers are in danger.
But if I have to, I will, and I can recreate the character off stream.
I will show the people that we can try.
I just need this so that I know the stats, and I can always run through the recording later if I need to. Not Farron. Farron's fine.
This is my story.
It's fucking Fred from Scooby-Doo that I'm not such a fan of. That's his name. It's not Farron. It's definitely Fred. It's Fred. It's not Farron. Sorry. You're misreading the law. Now, I know there's a way for me to rename the pets, and I need to figure out which way that is. F5. Get to level 10. I've got an easier solution since I don't actually give a fuck about the boosts. Right? Oh, for fuck's sakes, it's gonna make me do the tutorial. Alright. Give me a second. We're gonna finish the tutorial. I just need to take a piss and I'll be right back. We'll finish the tutorial. We'll boost the character. And then we'll get ready to make sure that we're there.
Hey!
Alright, there we go. Alright. You can skip it if the gates are close. Hold on, what do you mean you can skip it? Can you skip the tutorial? I've never seen anyone skip the tutorial before.
Forward! Everybody get to the inn. We can protect you at the inn.
Just run straight forward. Until the water. What's to just fuck all of this and just run?
Victory or death!
You can run to the final boss arena. Oh, nice. I didn't know you could do that. Wait, hold on. Are you saying I can just skip around here, or do I have to go through the garrison? Aha, I think I know what you're talking about. I think I see it. Just casually dodge jumping. Fresh start, yes. I'm preparing a character. I'm preparing a character for tomorrow. I've been practicing this dodge jumping shit so much. I can get it down almost every single time now. Ah, it doesn't look like it's up. I'm just gonna chill here. Fuck no, not gonna... Ah! Wait, I forgot you jump. You jump in a direction when you hold still. Ah. Just gonna wait here. Watch the centaur pass. A fuck Chalice of Tears. That name alone scares me. Listen, I've had enough trouble with jumping puzzles. Sorry, I know I get multiple pets as a ranger at level 80. I've got a name for each of them picked out. One of them's gonna be Nike. One of them's gonna be Valen. Oppa! Look at that. Perfect timing.
Not enough energy.
Perfect fucking timing. Oh shit, I can't believe that actually works. Just skip the whole fucking tutorial. That's fantastic.
What is that? It's huge.
That, soldier, is a threat. We're destroying them. Charge!
Oh wait, I'm supposed to be hitting the hands that were stolen straight out of a Dark Souls boss.
And the whole thing will watch for debris. Keep your heads down.
Just hide behind Toe Master. Oh man, this game's so difficult sometimes.
Fight! Fight for everything you hold dear.
There we go. Oh no, that was real difficult. Devastatingly bad tutorial. As you can just fucking skip the whole thing. I wish that, like, once you'd completed a tutorial, the game just gave you the option to be like, no, you don't have to do this again. No, don't care. That's nice. Cool. Thank you very much. Accept. Doesn't matter. No, I don't care that I'm wasting a boost. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter in the least to me that I'm wasting a boost right now. Oh, I do have an Asura. It's called Riled Chapist, but that would be a little bit strange to use that character. I registered because, you know, Mukluk's got kids. That'll just get a bit weird. That's just a little bit over the line, you know. I don't want him to feel like I'm threatening his children. I just want to fuck with the guy. I don't want to fuck his kids. Okay. Now, where the fuck is that goddamn pet tab? I know it's somewhere. F5. I press F5, I get nothing. Ah, it's K. There we go. That's perfect. Right. Nah, Nike. One of his favorite people. Yo, can I only name one of the fucking pets?
There's a pattern to the tremors we've been experiencing. I'm convinced
Hey, click your pet by the hotbar. Press Q.
Come here.
Oh shit, you see I haven't played a ranger at this level. That's okay, that's fantastic. What do we name the second one? What's a name that would fuck with him? Nike should be the lizard because he's a snake. You know what? That's fair. That's a fair assessment. Nah, Darren's isn't significant enough. Chip Brameson, that works. That works. Alrighty, we got Chip Brameson and Nike. I have a feeling I'm going to be using Nike more than any other name. I think we can do better than Nike, actually. Ooh, perfect. There we go. And you know what? I think we got a better name for this than just Chip Brameson. There we go. Some meta humor. That's perfect. That's perfect. It's flawless. This character is flawless. Right. I can just fuck off somewhere, I'm sure. And the second I leave, it's just gonna be like, yo, okay, cool. We don't care. Yes, continue. Consume, confirm. Perfect. That's perfect. Okay. Now, I need to leave this character alone. I need to leave this character right here. Make sure it is perfectly ready for tomorrow. Just need to... That's better. There we go. There we go. That's perfect. That's flawless. Beautiful. Okay, now I need to plan out the rest of this, right? Now I need to actually get some info. And to see what's going to be useless for me to ask him. And what's actually going to be of some value. Right? I don't want to touch any of the training, any of the building, any of the crafting. At this point, none of this matters. Because I want Mukluk's direct opinion on what he would tell someone at this point in time to do with their character. They're very serious, 100% definitely going to play this character forever. Embed Mukmakistan. And his pet, PG rating lost.
Come here.
And his other pet, Nike, son of Mukluk. That's perfect. Flawless. That needs to stay right there. Okay, now comes the rest of this. Oh, I see he may have messaged me. He may have messaged me. Let's see. Yeah, okay. Oh, perfect. He's gonna EU swap for me. Oh, that's perfect. That means my character's set up. That's perfect. That's perfect. That's perfect. Flawless. Amazing. All right. Now I can worry about the rest of this, right? Now I can learn some information. Right? After you've sent me some videos. Now we get into the information collection stage of what exactly I can use as a weapon. Right? To be a little bastard as much as possible. But before that, you did send me some links, so let's see what the fuck this is. Hold on. What the fuck? Okay.
Special guest at transmog competition. Okay, let's see this.
Why is this so quiet?
Sup, y'all? It's me. It's your boy, Asmon Guild, and today I am casually min-maxing a fashion contest.
It's too much hair. Holy shit, that's too accurate.
Nice steak later. You know it. I know it. It is what it is.
Fucking god. Wow.
God damn.
I don't even know what to say.
The mountain of gold.
Oh, with all the loot. Great.
Oh, fucking fantastic.
That's perfect. By
That's
the way,
flawless.
You're banned. Yeah, true. That is so good. Holy shit. So sure. Yeah, I didn't even know that Guild Wars had that.
Well played.
I'm gonna
Well
ban
played.
you because you're stupid.
That's beautiful. That's flawless. God damn it. These people are too fucking creative. That was beautiful. That was a piece of art. I can appreciate that. You want to be the most ineffective with the weapon? No. I'll worry about that later. I want to see what Mukluk has to tell me. Right. That character is now in the perfect position. Let's see what the fuck this is. Oh, this is Cormier. Okay.
I'm the player character. I'm always annoyed.
Jesus, how old is this? Fucking 12 years old. Jesus Christ.
Do you know anything about this?
I feel like I'm watching some alternate universe version of Charlie the Unicorn here.
I know nothing about nothing. Why? Somebody been saying something about me? These people all have burning holes leading straight into hell like extra eyes on their face. Also,
Fucking crispy audio.
the two of these together make me very suspicious.
On an unrelated note, I'm Varish, leader of Corner. Spoiler, I'm evil.
Oh, not again. A preemptive.
Man, what happened? What happened to YouTube? Look at this pile of shit in the rough. The shitty audio. The fucking lack of any animation. Man, what happened? Now we just get fed slop non-stop on YouTube. It's just fucking drama after drama. Did you see what Zaboopy did? The fucking Doopy Doople situation is fucking insane. Here's a 10-minute video on it. What happened? Once upon a time, this was a beautiful place. And now it's just not anymore.
Attack against Varish is going well. Too well. This is an
That guy's getting stabbed in the dick.
Damn it, Cormier.
Oh, giant demon puppy, how cute. Oh, it's licking my face. Oh, God, my eye.
I'm leaving. We may be trapped in Corner.
Man.
We've raised an army to beat them from the inside.
Go to Jibber Jabber. We rescued some prisoners.
Oh, look, it's Dr. Disrespect.
I ain't got no eyes, so I can't help you no more.
You never helped us. We're going home to get more troops to combine with the ones we've gotten here.
Nope, we going north.
To Vebby! But that is stupid. We can send an envoy to Vebby once we... Vebby! Varish is going to attack and kill you.
I don't believe that at all.
I'm attacking and killing you.
Matter of fact, I still don't believe it.
Man.
This isn't working. Let's go to hell and kill Satan.
That's the best idea I ever heard.
I don't find that surprising at all. All right, Varish. Where is he? Where's Scarecrow? I mean Abaddon. To kill a god.
There's a fucking Batman reference there.
I'm Lissa. Listen,
Jesus
we
Christ.
are hearing your prayers, but we don't like to answer them. It's kind of a bother. But we do really like being worshipped. So if you could save humanity...
You know, in 2025, you may look at this and you may cringe uncontrollably. You may feel that this is aged extremely poorly. But these are the people who crawled so that modern animators on YouTube could roll around in a wheelchair.
This is a 100 lore accurate story of Nightfall.
I wouldn't be surprised if it is. I'll get there. I'll find out when I get there. Man, I'm impressed by this. Some fucking guy without an iota of shame went out of his way to make a 3-minute animation like this. And I bet these days he's being paid real money, real cash money to make furry porn of Char right now.
That would be great for us. Okay, thanks.
But you're the ones who made Abaddon evil to begin with. This is your responsibility.
Whatever. Cormier, honey, you are too good for these losers.
Shut up, baby. I know it.
I am the only sane person in this universe. We've done
Yeah, it sounds about right.
We beat Abaddon.
That was the greatest dance off I ever saw.
Stop being blind. His power's blowing
Stop being blind.
One of us will have to control it.
I called it.
Thanks.
I know a blind guy. I'm gonna actually say, I'm gonna actually use that line on him next time he does something fucking stupid or he says something. I'm gonna just stop being blind, okay?
Talking it over with me, bitch.
I gotta sacrifice myself.
Oh damn, Dr. Disrespect. How could they do him dirty like that?
I am now a god. You're a god. I deserve this. Ooh, this place is fucked. Get on that for me, will you?
And you?
Hell no. I will build some statues of myself, though, and establish a cult before I leave, all in worship of myself. Be sure to pray to me and worship me. Not that I'm gonna answer those prayers, but you know. See you later, fuckers.
Oh cool, it's like every religion.
Looks like we got our 6-man for kick, bro.
Damn. Damn. The little details, the Kool-Aid, the stabbing the guy in the dick in the background. Damn. Beautiful. Flawless animation. That was beautiful. Well done. 12 years ago, people had no timing, no audio, and somehow their cringe pile of shit is better than what we're dealing with today. What magic? The magic's been lost. I don't know where it went, but it's not. Goddamn, it's not on YouTube anymore. Maybe it's because YouTube actually got more sterilized over time, and so, like, the fact that he said the word bitch there, would just immediately get that demonetized in the modern day. Thanks for the sub, Keith. You didn't have to do that. I appreciate it, though. That's impressive. Okay. Now, I've already watched... No, Guild Wars 2, please. I've already watched Mukluk's video on this, but I figure I can pick up a few extra pieces of information by watching some of these other videos, so that Mukluk's not repeating basic shit to me. And I can actually go into an in-depth conversation with him and fuck with him in very specific ways if possible. But I've got to decide what's relevant here. Loranity's probably got some good advice. I don't know who Bloom is, but that's a high view count. I'm sure that's valid. Caffeinated Dad Gaming, I've seen before. We'll see if he's got anything valuable to say. This is gear progression. Doesn't matter. First 5 things you should do at max level. That sounds more valuable than his other videos, so we'll watch that one. And then maybe one more. Let's see. You know what? Let's see what Guild Wars 2 has to say about the level 80 boost. Honestly, the further you progress the story, the more shit you get access to. The problem is the shit you get access to at level 80 is so overwhelming, you feel like you've taken a pile of drugs and you're playing a completely different game. Right? It hits you in the face the way balls hit the chin of a girl who just went to fucking college, dude. That's the problem. It's just constantly coming at you. It doesn't stop. You need to kind of sort through the nutsacks to find the one you actually want. So that's where we're going to start. Let's see. Learn to use the level 80 boost. Let's see what Guild Wars 2 actually has to say about this. About this piece of shit. Advertisement. Make me pay money.
I want to show you guys how to begin your use of the level 80 boost. You see here that I'm on a level 2 character in the starting area for my race.
I was about to criticize the fact that a professional company like ArenaNet has worse audio than most YouTubers, but I kind of saw that this was 8 years old. That makes sense. That 100% makes sense. I get it now. I don't blame them. Let me just fix something quick. There we go.
When I open my inventory, I will find that I now have a shared inventory slot that contains the level 80 boost item. Because this item can be found in the shared inventory slot, any character on my account will be able to see and use this item to enter the trial and consume it for the level 80 boost. This item cannot be moved from the shared inventory, and it will remain there.
Is this just an explanation of how to click a button? Is this a 6-minute video on click this button? You know, there are people in the Guild Wars 2 community who are squeezing the last fucking drop of content out of this game, trying to find something new to talk about other than patch notes. And Guild Wars 2 is putting them all to fucking shame. A 6-minute video on click this fucking button. Damn, these guys are pros.
So you've been leveling in...
Let's see what Caffeinated Dad Gaming has to say about this. Now consider half of the player base is dumber than this. I mean, look, I think half the player base got lost after they did the bang bus. But who knows? Who fucking knows anymore?
So you've been leveling in Guild Wars 2, and you finally reached max level. This is where the end game starts. Lots of cool game modes, new items to collect, account unlockables, and more. It's a little bit daunting. Which way should we go? Should I jump in and try raiding? I heard world versus world is fun. What the heck is a glider? Well, I'm gonna try to help you out here.
You know, since the whole, you know, emergence of flying mounts and shit, I've not heard a single person mention gliders to me. I don't know if that's a different thing, or if he's talking about the same thing as flying mounts, but not a single person has said the word glider. All I've heard about is the flying mounts. Here we talk about the 600 gold but 60k karma. Hey, they're probably a mod. They could probably do whatever they want in the game.
These are the key things I suggest you do first when you reach endgame. Now, this is strictly my opinion and based off of the time that I've played the game. So of course, play it the way that you want to, but I recommend you do these few things first. This order is going to be based off of the fact that you have all 3 expansions onto your account and can access
all 3? That's way too many. 3 expansions? It's ridiculous. It's completely unbelievable that they would just milk their community like that with 3 whole expansions.
That's the total game, so keep that in mind. I also will not be going in order of the story, and we will have to do some of the story to accomplish these goals. So if you're interested in the great story that Guild Wars 2 has to offer, you may have to wait on a few of these. But let's go ahead and get into it. Once you hit 80, you instantly gain access to a plethora of options, new stories, elite specializations, and a number of account unlockables. My first recommendation is starting and completing the Path of Fire.
I think you misspoke. You said you gain access to a bunch of stuff. No, you gain access to an entirely new game mode. It's relearn the fucking game with a whole bunch of new skills that you have no idea about.
Story. And the reason for this is the mounts. Without a doubt, one of the most valuable things that you can have tied to your account, as you will be able to traverse basically all terrain in the game once you have them. During the Path of Fire story, you will unlock the Raptor, the Springer, the Skimmer, and the Jackal. Each of these have a specialized traversal ability that make it incredibly easy to climb high distances, leap chasms.
I have the Raptor, right? And I think I got that because I bought all the expansions all at once with the idea that I was going to play the game for quite a while. I've heard nothing about anything else except get the Griffin and the Sky Scale. Those 2 people seem to be obsessed about more than anything else.
Or even scoot across the water. You can improve these capabilities through the Mastery trait line, which give them longer leaps, higher jumps, and elevated gliding, and more. You may have to do some of the renowned hearts in these areas to get experience necessary to reach the Mastery bar requirements, but you will be able to do most of—
Wait, the Mastery bar is that bar at the bottom of the screen. That's like leveling up after you're done leveling up, right? So you're telling me there's limitations on certain mounts based on your Mastery condition, which means you're going to have to level up more than you've leveled up already in order to get that mount and get it to work. Okay. Okay, that's actually a pretty clever system. I'm not mad at that.
Of this naturally while playing the Path of Fire story. Later down the road, you can even unlock the Griffin, one of the 2 flying amounts available.
That's the one I've heard about.
Which is, of course, tied to the Path of Fire story and is only available once you complete that main storyline.
Okay, so this is what I've heard. Okay, based on the YouTube video that I put out there before, where I was talking about a mount that's tied to the story, right? I've heard a bunch of people say to me, Lamau, he thinks you get a mount from doing the story. But from what I'm hearing here, you get a mount from doing the story. Am I wrong about that? What the fuck am I missing here? What? Huh? I'm so fucking confused. Yeah, let me show you what I mean. This video, right here. With for first time. He thinks the story will get him a flying mount. But then what the fuck is that? The story gets you a flying mount. I'm gonna check if the things I'm drinking have like crack in them. You get the Raptor, Springer, and Skimmer from the story. Those commenters are dumb. A Griffin, it doesn't. You need to do the story, but there's a collection after. It's a bit of a grind. Okay, so you do the story, and then you do a grind after the story, and then you get the mount. It's not like you just do the story and then it's going to give you the mount, right? So that makes more sense to me as to why they said that. Soto's story definitely gets you the sky scale.
You finish the story to unlock the ability to do the collection.
Aha. Okay. So the story is still a component of getting the mount. It's not like you're going to do the story and then some guy's going to be like, yo, by the way, here's your free Lamborghini with wings. Okay, that makes more sense.
However, be warned, it does cost 250 gold to complete, so it is not necessarily cheap. There are a few other mounts that you can acquire, the War Claw, which is tied to World vs. World game mode, then the Roller Beetle and the Sky Scale.
I want that fucking Roller Beetle.
Which is tied to Living World Season 4. You may have to pay gems to unlock these story missions, so be warned. However, the main Path of Fire story...
Sorry, I'm just processing whether I should say this or not. Yeah, fuck it, why not? I had an ex like this. She also used to just lay there with her legs open. I know, because I found all the evidence on her phone that all her coworkers were talking about.
Mounts that you gain there will be more than sufficient to get anywhere you need to go in Tyria. These mounts become pivotal in all endgame zones and throughout your playthrough of the rest of the game, so getting these first will greatly assist your playtime here. And next is another account-wide aspect, and that is gliding. Gliding is a mastery system tied to the Heart of Thorns expansion and is incredibly versatile, literally all over the place. It can essentially stop your fall from...
I've been told that the Heart of Thorns maps are devastatingly fucking difficult without a mount. So I'm assuming that like what you said there, the gliding is still useful for these kinds of scenarios where I essentially I don't have a mount. I'm doing the story in order of what was released. And so it's probably going to be valuable for me to have the glider.
From taking lethal damage and even allow you to fly higher up on wind gusts. You can technically learn the gliding skill in two places, either in Heart of Thorns or End of Dragons. However, the End of Dragons version does not allow you to upgrade it through the mastery system. You will just get the baseline gliding ability. You will need to spend...
Wait, hold on. So gliding has upgrades to it. It's not just... Fuck, man, my brain is so fucking WoW-locked. I've played World of Warcraft so long that I think of a mount as just being a thing that increases mobility.
People that get the mounts before doing the rest of the game are pussies.
Sometime in the Heart of Thorns zones, leveling this particular mastery to train it. I recommend at least training it up until you are able to learn the lean technique, which is mastery level 3. This improves how long you can stay afloat and allows you to lean forward to speed up or float backwards to stay relatively stationary. Gliding has saved me more times than I would like to admit, and it is absolutely pivotal to your experience basically.
This almost seems like a fucking cheat skill. Jesus Christ.
Everywhere. It can save your life. Real quick though, what profession did you play first in Guild Wars 2? Tell me down below. For me, funny enough, I played a Char Warrior. That was my first Guild Wars 2 profession.
Gliding is such a standard part of movement, that is why no one mentions it. But it's absolutely critical for Heart of Thorns navigation, and it works the same way as the mount masteries.
Okay, so it's just a thing. So essentially, it's so integrated into the game that gliding is just a thing that people do. I'll definitely have to ask Mukluk about that.
Gliding and getting some mounts. My next recommendation is getting a bit of gear. Now, there's about 100 different ways for you to get gear, but I recommend getting just the full exotic set on your character.
Now, I don't see currently. I don't see the value in getting gear. right? And maybe that's just because I'm still at the very beginning. I'm still going through, like, living worlds. Currently, it doesn't seem valuable to me to get any of this gear because I don't quite know what I should be optimizing for. It seems like if I'm getting gear currently, I'm getting gear to look different, not for better stats. Plus, I've got the Nika gear. They're considered people now and they can vote, so I don't see why I can't have that gear.
Now that is the orange color. You may have gotten some through story missions that you have complete, or perhaps a lucky drop, but exotic gear is actually incredibly strong for its price point. I'd suggest doing research on your build and your playstyle for your class, and then picking gear from there from the Blackline trading post. The gear here can be
You already have the
relatively
gear you need for all content, save for alternate builds or fractal high levels.
Okay, so essentially gear becomes an irrelevant factor until I want to go ultra sweaty mode. So essentially, someone who's playing Guild Wars 2 isn't playing it as a high level and is just playing it for pure enjoyment's sake, has hit level 80 and is going through the game, doesn't need to concern themselves with gear whatsoever. That's the baseline understanding that I'm getting from all of this. I'm trying to figure out if that takes away from the game or whether that adds to the game. Because WoW did the opposite and went ultra sweaty with gear, and that turned a lot of players off. Maybe making this easier and not a concern for most players is a better decision overall for a larger amount of people. But then again, if we look at population numbers, WoW has more players, or had more players, I don't know what the player number count is now, had more players than Guild Wars 2 did. I've got to think about that more. Don't worry, Sarah, I'm going to ask Muck about all of this. This is why I'm going through this. If you didn't boost the character, you should get full exotic when you hit 80. Gear matters for high-level content, but after you get it, you don't have to constantly regrind it. Yeah, okay, so it's an irrelevant factor. It's not something that really matters.
Cheap, only costing a few gold per piece, but having level 80 stats will drastically improve your capabilities in basically every endgame mode.
So basically, between when this video was released and the current year, this doesn't matter nearly as much. Guild Wars 1 and 2 both focus on making the best in slot gear easy to get, so that it's alternate character friendly, extremely so for Guild Wars 2. Yeah, it's a different design philosophy. I'm just trying to figure out if that makes Guild Wars 2 better or worse.
This will also assist you being able to join instanced PvE content as well as world versus world. Structured PvP is normalized and you can compete without having literally any gear or any stats on it. Your stats are actually chosen by an amulet that you can pick and everyone has access to. You can literally...
Okay, amulets I've been completely ignoring. I do have to ask Mukluk about that.
Join PvP at level 2. Once you have the exotic gear, you can handle most endgame content without really much penalty. You have basic traversal, gear, and gliding. Now it is time to guild up. I believe that the next best step is to find a guild in endgame content that you would be the most interested in. There are plenty of guilds that focus on a specific endgame mode, such as PvP, World v World, raids, and strikes, and there's other guilds that are just looking for new players. So
okay, that's fine. That's great. That's all wonderful. We all know that there's always guilds out there, certain people being super sweaty. Oh, I care about fractals. Oh, I care about world versus world. I care about the PvP. But you know what the true test of whether communities are strong in MMOs is? We're the racist guilds. We're the guilds that care about what race character you play. Thanks for the follow, Emilet.
So I suggest reaching out and joining a guild and asking questions about the game, about your class, everything that you might have a question on. Not only will you gain access to a lot of other players' knowledge, but many of them are ready and willing to jump in and assist you in things in endgame. Not only that, you can usually gain access to a guild hall, which is actually pretty cool. Joining a community, of course, can be a little bit scary, but I highly recommend, because the players in Guild Wars 2, especially these veterans, are more than happy to help in anything that you
like this is just a side note, but this guy kind of looks like Wish.com Jacksepticeye. I don't know if that's just me who feels that way. Funny you mentioned race guilds. There's Char Against Humanity, and then I'm in an Assyrian Supremacy guild. Okay, that's good to know. That's a healthy, thriving community. That's the way it's meant to be.
may want to do, which is good because you're going to need help with the very next step. I humbly request you like the video as it pushes this out to other new players who may be lost jumping into the game. Also, I ask for a subscribe to the channel just because of coffee.
Jesus Christ. Every time someone says like the video, like my brain switches off.
One of the most fun things about player progression is being able to unlock the elite specializations for your character.
Yes.
Being able to change your guardian into a bow-wielding dragon hunter is a really cool change of pace.
I've played base game Guardian, and at no point in time did I register that you can make Guardian ranged. Fuck. I picked the wrong character.
My last recommendation for when you hit max level is to unlock your elite specializations. This requires 250 hero points for each of the new elite specs that you have tied to your account. But once you have unlocked it, you are good to go forever on that character. To do this, I suggest going to any of the 3 expansion zones, as the hero points here grant 10 points per node versus the Quarteria nodes that only grant 1. You are going to need some guild help with the Heart of Thorns hero points, as they are monsters to deal with. Most of them are champion level mobs and can put you in downstate pretty damn quick. It helps having 1 to 2 extra players here to assist. The Path of Fire and End of Dragon hero points are not as difficult, but as a new player they could provide a challenge.
Okay, I have been told that the hero points in the expansions give you 10 points as opposed to 1 that you get out of the core game experience. This is probably something I'm going to have to chase after if I want to build out a spec. My biggest problem, unfortunately, is I've registered that most melee specs are non-viable for my character. Like, I've thought about how much I enjoy Scrapper, but the problem is the timing of the swings of the auto attack, since you have to count 3 and then use abilities, is so fucking difficult to get right. Because I'm playing on 250 plus ping. So I'm almost forced into a ranged kind of style of play. So I have to keep that in mind.
Alternatively, there are hero point trains, which are large groups of players traveling together to earn hero points for their characters. Most of the time you will see these in the map chat in your bottom left, and there may be at any given time 1 to 2 going on. You can also search for...
Sure, those are the EU servers. The US, it's even worse. US servers for me are usually 300 ping plus.
Any hero point trains in the looking for group feature right here. Now you have your mounts, gliding, gear, a guild, and your character's potential unlocked. I believe you are ready to handle anything Tyria can throw at you. Now again, as a final statement, this is how I would handle being level 80 for the first time. If you go any other different way, that is fantastic too, as there's no one right way to play this game. If you are still new to Guild Wars 2, here is a guide to all the gear stat choices you can have in-game and how to pick the right one for you. Stay caffeinated, folks.
Okay, not bad. That gave me some info I didn't know. What do I need to ask Mukluk about from that video? I should ask him about the mounts. How we make mount. Gliders. Gear is irrelevant. What else did he say that was valuable? Guilds, elite specs. I suppose elite specs, I should ask him about that. Asked to get sky scale. Fuck me. I've heard so much about this fucking sky scale. I feel like I'm gonna suffer to get this thing. Okay. Masteries wish one. Okay, yeah, I might get there. I think I'm gonna need to ask him how do I play well with my ping, right? My big problem is I need to consider, and I've needed to do this every single time, if I want to go high level with any kind of MMO player, or with any MMO character that I have, I always have to consider what can I play and still be somewhat impactful while playing on a shitty ping. That's just been my life. I already know how to DPS. That's fine, Keith. What you do is you fuck up the raid and then you drink battery acid to make sure you never do it again. That's how you DPS properly. Also, thanks for the follow, Denny. Muck is a terrible person to ask about a high ping. He's never had it. Yeah, but he'll understand the fundamentals of the game, right? He'll understand how the game responds to ping in certain ways. So back in the day, WoW used to have the system. It was almost like a forgiveness system, understanding that people's connections weren't always stable, right? So it would allow a certain queuing system. Now, keep in mind that Guild Wars 2 is, what, 13, 14 years old, so almost off the table for most Minecraft YouTubers to want to play with. So, but he'll have a fundamental understanding of how does the game react to ping, and can it be used to an advantage or can it not be, in that sense. Deadeye is great. Fuck Deadeye. I'm so mad about Deadeyes. When I got lost in PvP, I just kept on getting fucking murdered by Deadeyes.
So, you're level 80. Now, you're probably a bit confused. After all, Guild Wars 2 has a lot of systems, and no doubt it'll be overwhelming, even if you are familiar with other MMOs. Like, what do these stats do? Where do I get gear? What is all of this useless stuff in my inventory, you ask as your eyes glaze over? Fear not, for in this video, I'll break things down to a level that should be easier to digest. I'll cover basic things like gearing, buildcraft, joining events, inventory management, and more. Specifically, this video is going to be targeted towards new or returning players who are basically hopping straight into End of Dragons, but a lot of what I'll talk about should be helpful to you if you've just hit...
That looks cool as fuck.
...level 80 for the first time. So, let's talk about it. First thing you want to do is select the story you want to play. You do this by hitting H and going down to the story journal, then...
Okay, I immediately want to disregard his opinion. He's playing an Asura.
Selecting a story and hitting play. Pretty simple. You can play any expansion you choose in any order you like. You can pause one and go back later. If you're new and you're interested in the story, I'd always suggest playing through in chronological order. But if you're just interested in playing the content, then I'd highly recommend jumping straight into End of Dragons, because, to be honest, End of Dragons is without a doubt the most beginner-friendly package ArenaNet have produced. So, once you've selected a story to journey on...
Wait. Hold on. No, hold on. Hold the fuck on. Are you telling me? Are you fucking telling me that it took Guild Wars 2 this fucking long to start giving a shit about new players figuring out how to play this goddamn game? Holy fucking shit. That's dedication. That's fucking beautiful. Fuck the new players for 10 years nonstop, and then maybe we'll care about them. This game is quite literally the boomer pull yourself up by your bootstraps game. Oh, that's incredible. Skipping 80% of the game is stupid. Well, they should have fucking put End of Dragons here then, after my story. But I guess not.
Beginner-friendly package ArenaNet have produced. So once you've selected the story to journey on, you just follow the green star on the top right of the screen. It'll tell you the next step.
I already saw.
Now, you can more or less play through the expansion stories as is without a hitch, so feel free to do that first at your own pace before diving into any of the other stuff I talk about here. But you'll definitely run into some things you might not understand, so let's run through some basics. So if you see an NPC with the sparkly circle icon, you can talk to them to initiate an event.
Yeah,
if
but
you see
we know
an
this
orange
already.
circle on the map, that's an active event. If you see a red circle, that's a proper group event. Same sort of thing, but you'll need to make sure you have enough players.
Yeah, but you learn that in the base game. I don't know why he's... Okay.
Around to help you out. These hearts on the map are your more standard quests in Guild Wars 2.
Yeah, we know that.
Except you don't need to pick them up or hand them in. You just get in range of them, read the quest on the top right, and do whatever it says to complete them. Make sure you check the heart NPC afterwards to see if they're selling anything you might like. Completing these events will give you nice XP towards your masteries, as well as give you map currency and other bonuses. Speaking of masteries, let's quickly talk about this.
But a lot of people started at End of Dragons. Can one of you please tell me? Just one of you please explain to me. What the fuck is it about Kung Fu Panda expansions and MMOs that get people to play the fucking game? Why is it that in WoW, this is considered one of the best expansions? I skipped it entirely. I can't even remember its name. But if I Google it by saying Kung Fu Panda expansion, it fucking shows up. What is it about these fucking expansions that people just love them so much?
End of Dragons is when the Steam launch happened. That's probably why.
Aha, okay, that explains it. That would explain it. The China money. Maybe it's got something to do with the China money. But if the Steam expansion it lines up with when this came out, that makes a lot more sense to me.
As a max level character, your XP will now go towards your masteries, which are basically account-wide perks. In this menu here, you'll see all the masteries in the game and select which one you'd like to train. But it's important to note that you can only earn XP for these masteries in the expansion they're attached to. For example, you can only earn XP for End of Dragons masteries by playing in End of Dragons maps. As another example as well, through End of Dragons, you'll immediately get access to gliding, as well as...
There was also an epic launch, so Ritlock could end up in Fortnite. Cyro, I'm gonna be honest with you. There are no Guild Wars 2 characters that are gonna end up in Fortnite. Ain't nobody playing a fucking Guild Wars 2 character in Fortnite. Sorry, buddy. It's just never happening. You will see Snoop Dogg in Fortnite. You will see Donald Trump skin in Fortnite before you see Ritlock. I know that's hard to hear. And I know you really wanted a 3D model to pull into private animations for you to make it fuck things, but it's never happening.
A couple of the first mounts, which you'll unlock through heart quests in the second map. You'll only have the basic version of these though, so if you'd like to upgrade your gliding, you'll have to earn XP in the Heart of Thorns maps, and for mounts, the Path of Fire maps. Note that you also need mastery points to then unlock the mastery once you've filled the XP bar. These are scattered around maps and can also be earned from achievements, which you can access by hitting H and then going down to the achievements tab. If you don't spend your points though, or you aren't...
That's cope. I'm sorry, that's a cope system. People are going to be mad at me for saying this, but this to me is a cope system. Throwing it in a fucking tab that you have to go look up instead of directly integrating it into the world itself is such a massive fucking cope system. This is lazy design. And you might be mad at me for saying that. But I want you to understand that I played Blue Protocol on the Japanese servers. And that game was so fucking lazy that everything was in the adventure guide. Not a little bit of the game. Everything. This right here could have been integrated into the world. But also that probably means that someone at ANET needs to shake their ass cheeks pretty damn hard for someone at NCSoft to cover the cost of that development. So I get it. But I want you to know that hiding things in a tab that you have to go look up later is cope.
You can access by hitting H and then going down to the achievements tab. If you don't spend your points though, or you aren't actively training another mastery, your XP is going to immediately vanish into the ether, so ensure that you're using your points.
The mastery points are integrated into the world and also some isn't. So what you're telling me is the mastery points are on a tab that you have to open and look up, and you might accidentally get some while you're just playing the game.
And that you've got something currently training. You'll get heaps of these with time, so don't panic too much about them. To join in on larger scale group content, you'll more than likely need to use the LFG tool, which you can access on the contacts and LFG page. This is where you'll find groups for both instanced and open world.
You know, Muck can explain that to me. You're right, Zara. I'll ask him to do that for me.
Content in the game. It's divided up into expansions and activities. You can open these tabs to go more in depth. Check every now and then to see if there's a group running the meta on your map. No, that is not Mark Zuckerberg and his friends having a little...
Video just said misinformation. EXP is never wasted. Yeah, but I don't care. That's non-significant. That's negligible.
Barbecue. The meta is just short for the meta event, which is a long, multi-stage, map-wide event that requires large-scale coordination. These are always fun events that reward big XP and map currency, so don't be afraid to hop in. By the way as well, if you join a group and you see the players are grayed out despite being in the same map, right-click the commander, which is the one with the little diamond icon, and click Join In, and whatever the map is called. This will put you in their instance of the map, and then you can just follow the commander tag around if you're unsure where to go from there. So inventory management, this is a big thing that
So become the commander and lead everyone in the complete wrong direction, just for shits and giggles. Understood.
Get asked about a lot, so you're probably looking at all the loot you've collected and thinking, what the hell is all of this? Let's run through how to clean this up. First, you just open all your loot bags. These are the main drops you'll get, which contain everything else, and you can search open in your inventory to find all these.
Yeah, and whatever you do, don't click on the stupid fucking legendary you left in your bag and promised you wouldn't touch. Don't do that.
You can then right-click...
I mean, I don't know what fucking idiot would ever do something that dumb. But definitely don't do that.
Use all, then right click on your salvage kit and salvage all rares and under. This is basically just going to convert all of your equipment into craftable materials. You can get salvage kits from a lot of the basic vendors, or you can buy an infinite one from the cash shop. You're going to get a lot of shit, alright? But let's take care of that. So then in the top right of your inventory, you can click...
You're going to get a lot of shit. It's almost like Guild Wars 2 is trying to do its best to make you buy more bag space. Don't know where I get that idea from.
Deposit all materials, then find a vendor and hit sell junk. So this is going to get rid of most of the crap in there. For any exotic equipment you get, keep it if it's a stat combo you want. If not, then sell it on the trading post. This is the easiest way to clean up all of your bags. All the materials will be in your material bank to access later. You'll get a lot of random outliers, trophies you can just delete or...
I actually need to spend some time tomorrow cleaning up some of my bags in the game. I'll be honest with you, I gotta do that.
Sell at a vendor for the most part, as they usually just for collection achievements. Anything else you're uncertain of, you can look up on the wiki or throw into your bank. You can also craft or buy specific bags that organize the loot for you so that it doesn't look like my mess of an inventory. But yeah, I hope that helps.
Okay, so that's normal. That's normal for the inventory to look like.
So now I'm going to talk about progression. But before I do, I want to address a popular question. Why? Why do I need to gear up or optimize my build or properly learn my skills? Does it all actually matter?
Just don't consume another legendary weapon in the process.
Is this like a philosophical question, or did I miss something? He's literally asking, why are you playing this fucking game?
The answer is, of course, yes, it does matter. But how all of this impacts you really depends on what kind of content you want to play. With the gear that you got from the boost, you'll be able to get through the whole End of Dragon story just fine. There's no real fail state, things will just take you a bit longer. But you might find that some enemies are taking too long to kill, or they're killing you too fast, or you can't seem to sustain yourself, or your
yes, very common issue for me.
Boons aren't lasting very long, and you can't heal your friends as much as you might like. You may get the false impression that this is just how the game is designed. In reality, though, more likely it's just because you're not running the right stats or traits to complement your
basically, in reality, it's because you fucking suck.
Build. Like I said, you'll be able to get through the campaign just fine, but this will definitely cause a lot of difficulty and frustration if you try to get into instance group content. You get a false sense of security because content in Guild Wars 2 isn't gated by any sort of item level or role requirement, but make no mistake, you will need some sort of functional build for endgame, and often for the open world as well if you're flying solo. In general, you really need to alter the way your brain thinks about progression. The best way I can describe it is that it's like
no, don't pull up that game. No. I didn't need to see that.
MOBA. There's no item level in a MOBA. Every match, you're basically a blank slate. That's you right now. You're a blank slate, and you can technically play the game, perhaps even win. But as you face more challenging foes, how you build your character combined with your skill and game knowledge will make all of the difference. Like MOBA...
You know what, maybe actually he's got a point. I'm just thinking about this. Maybe he's got a point. Maybe I've been looking at Guild Wars 2 too much from a comparative perspective to something like World of Warcraft, when I should technically be looking at Guild Wars 2 more like it's a first-person MOBA. Less abilities to deal with. Mobility is highly important. You're going to be surrounded by idiots all the time. And women aren't very good at the game. Okay, cool.
Because Guild Wars 2 has quite a high skill ceiling, and the main progression, for me at least, is knowing that I can always improve with every encounter through better usage of my skills, positioning, or through more effective build craft. You'll definitely gain an enhanced appreciation for the game, and likely enjoy the whole thing even more as you begin to understand and experiment with these systems. Even long after the gearing and build craft phase, you'll still have basically infinite progression through improving your personal skill. So with that, let's talk about unlocking your elite spec. Around maps, you'll find these hero points, which are used to unlock your elite specialization, or I just describe them as subclasses. You spend these points in this panel here, in the spec of your choosing. Ideally, you'd want to train one at a time to get full access to that spec's skills and traits ace.
I don't have a single skill. I don't have a single skill for any of those.
But know that you aren't locked in. You'll also get plenty of hero points, so you'll be able to unlock all of this eventually. To activate your spec, you need to go down into the build panel. This is where a lot of the build craft happens. Here you'll see 3 slots each with selective passive trait options. You can use your own intuition here to come up with a build yourself, or the biggest galaxy brain move of all, Google. Anyway, the bottom slot is where you slot in your elite spec.
You know, you make a valid point, Supergod. Maybe that's why Guild Wars 2 just feels so weird to me. It's because some of its elements play like a MOBA, but I haven't had anyone message me and tell me to get cancer and die. Maybe that's why it's like, you know, out of my element. Maybe that's why I haven't been thinking about it. Like it's just been like there's this almost cognitive dissonance. I don't even think I have my ball camera set up. Let's see. Let's see where the ball cam is right now. Oh yeah, look at that. Where's that camera? Fucking. I forgot to set this up. Now now it's like I'm dragging it around like a corpse after you're done having sex with it. Now I've got to put it in place. There we go. That's better. There you go. Thank you for reminding me. I didn't actually put it in place. It's much better. There we go.
So just click the big hexagon and pop that bad boy in. You'll now have access to your elite spec weapon, utilities, traits, and your spec's unique mechanic. So another quick thing as well, utility skills are the ones to the right of your HP. You can swap them on the fly with this little tab. So End of Dragons specifically will introduce you to a lot of the combat systems once you've hit this training area. It'll teach you about combo fields, CC, and dodge rolls. I won't go too much into it because you can learn all about that here. But here's a few tips that they don't teach you. So if you hover over your skills, you'll see that some have a combo field and some have a combo finisher. You can use a finisher into a field to grant certain effects.
You know, I know about this. I've heard about this non-stop. I've thought about this. I've read the tooltips, and every single time I'm playing the fucking game, it just goes right out my goddamn head. I don't think about it at all.
There's a lot of effects there. Here's a table showing the different combinations, but...
This is exactly why Elementalist is bullshit to me. I fucking hate figuring that out.
Just have a play around with them. You also have skills with the words Defiance Break in the tooltip. Now, any of these count as crowd control, which aside from their usual effects, you can also use on enemies that have this blue bar underneath them. This is sort of like a posture or stance break.
Is that bar green or blue? This is not like that dress shit. That's a green bar, right? There's no fucking way that's... No, that's not fucking blue. I don't believe you. Not for a fucking second. Hold on. You're lying to me right now. I don't believe you for a goddamn second. That shit's green. That shit's green. You're lying to my face right now. You think I'm fucking stupid? Come on. Come on. Don't make me do this. Don't make me embarrass you like... I'm gonna just gonna leave that open for later. Let's continue.
To use on enemies that have this blue bar underneath them. This is sort of like a posture or stance break. Once you break it, you'll stun the enemy and deal more damage to them for a short period. Some skills obviously have higher defiance break than others, so work out which...
Am I colorblind? Maybe I need to do a colorblind test. Now this is worrying me.
Best suits your needs and playstyle. It's always recommended to have at least 1 or 2 hard CC skills.
That fucking looks green to me. It has to be the background. Maybe it's because the whole background's green that's confusing me.
On your build. One other thing that I forgot to mention, but I'm going to talk about it now, is action camera. So if you look at my footage, you'll see that I've got like a different camera setup. I've got a little crosshair. I'm not using the usual tab targeting thing. If you want to do this too, you basically just go into your control options and then scroll down in your keybinds until you see toggle action cam. You want to put this on a key that's pretty easily accessible because you want to be able to turn it off to access.
No. I don't play in Fortnite mode. No, thank you.
Your inventory and that sort of thing. Veterans will absolutely scoff at me for using this, but this single-handedly revitalized my Guild Wars 2 experience, and I've never looked back. I really enjoy.
This AI TTS is weird. Anyway, are you going live on Voice with Mukluk tomorrow? Lord have mercy.
Yes, I am. I'm still trying to think of all the racial things I can say that I can get away with. I'm thinking of hitting the Israel-Palestine conflict first, then maybe leaning into the Russia-Ukraine thing. At some point, I'm going to make him build a tier list of the races, but I'm going to bait him. I'm going to try and bait him into thinking it's about the races of Guild Wars 2. And when he opens the tier list, it's just going to say, like, black people, white people, Indians, Asian, you know, like that. Okay, see what I can get away with.
Enjoy it. I find it really easy to place AoEs and use movement skills and that sort of thing. So if you want to use that, highly recommend it. Now, understanding stats can be a bit confusing for new players. There's all these stats with different...
Is it in 14 hours? No, it's in about 23 hours.
Different names. You'll look up a build guide and see it needs Berserker's gear. But what does that really mean? If you go into your skill panel, on the right, you'll see your stat sheet. Simply hover over them, and you'll see what each of those stats mean. In terms of gear, gear can have a lot of different stat combinations, which are just given a name, like Berserker or Diviner. If you've boosted, you'll be equipped with full Celestial gear, which is basically a stat set that has a bit of everything. This is awesome for some classes, most notably the ones that benefit from all these stats during moment-to-moment combat. But if you're wanting to specialize more, for example, if you're going for a glass cannon build and you want pure damage, you'll run something like Berserkers, which only has power, precision, and ferocity stats, which if you look on the stats page are stats that enhance raw damage, crit chance, and crit damage. There's also similar gear to this, like Assassins, which has...
While I don't have a problem with the information provided in the videos so far, there's a bunch of things I see that are misunderstood. I'll be waiting in voice when you're done.
I'm not going to hop in voice, Super God. I'm not going to hop in voice. I got too much to think about when it comes to planning for Mukluk stuff. I've also got to get some sleep between then and now and also prep some other stuff in the meantime. I'm not kidding when I say I'm going to go nutsack deep. I don't even think I'm going to get to playing WoW today. I don't even think I'm getting there because I'm hoping to get 3 hours sleep after the stream. I'm going to wake up. I've got 2 videos I want to record. I've got a job to do. And then after that, I want to spend the rest of the time going out of my way to try and make this as upsetting of an experience for Mukluk as possible. But I can't do it on stream because then you're going to see it coming and then it's not as funny. This is pretty much the build source for PvE content. Open world ones are okay. For open, I use raid ones. Hold on. Oh, I understand. Oh, I get it. Okay, so what you're telling me, Camgal, is this right here. Here, let me describe this website for you. Okay. So essentially what you're telling me in that website right there is this right here is your wife's legs, right? What's this the website's name? And Snow Crows is right here. And then instead of playing the game yourself, Snow Crows is doing all the work and you've got your hands pressed firmly against his butt cheeks, pushing him in and out while he fucks your wife for you. That's what you're telling me. I'll pass. Thanks.
It's the same stats, except higher on the precision rather than the power. There's a lot of these stat combinations, so take your time to figure out which one you're going for. You want to initially aim to get full exotic gear, which is the orange rarity. Another gearing thing.
This is the thing, Super God. I've got so much Mukluk specific stuff. I need to do research. I'm not kidding.
That I haven't mentioned that's really important is runes. Basically, you can slot these into your gear to create your own sort of set bonus. They are very strong, very powerful. Usually, I end up buying these off the trading post. There are other methods of getting these. Some of the dungeons offer them. You can get them as drops. You can craft them as well. Sigils are another extra little thing that you can equip to your weapons. They include proc effects, but they can also include stuff like...
This doesn't seem as important because all of this is about gear.
Just a flat bonus 5% damage. So where does one get this gear? Guild Wars 2 doesn't function like other MMOs in the sense that there's no one simple path.
But can you beat the benchmark? I don't give a fuck about beating the benchmark. That's like saying, I'm gonna let this guy fuck my wife and then I'm gonna try and outperform him. How's about you just not let him fuck your wife in the first place and figure it out for yourself?
Forward. At level 80,
it's not
you
a good
have
way.
access to...
That's not a good way to play a game. I'm just going to be honest with you. Right, I get people like min-maxing and optimizing the shit out of their gameplay experience, but by not figuring it out yourself, you're taking away something special. Oh, you weren't talking to me. Okay, that's fine. I still feel like going on this rant. If you spend an extreme amount of time looking up builds and then copy-pasting those builds into the game because you believe that someone else can outperform you in that metric, well then guess what? You're not playing the game. Someone else is playing it for you and you're just pressing the buttons. You're just pushing those butt cheeks. Right? You can figure that shit out. I believe in you. You have the brain power to outperform some standardized ass build. The one reason I would go out of my way to look at a website like this is to try and figure out how to counter the bullshit other people are doing.
Basically all content in the game, and they all run in parallel rather than as stepping stones to each other. There are a lot of activities that reward exotic gear. In fact, pretty much all of them do, but here's some reliable methods that I usually use. So one excellent spot if you have Heart of Thorns is Verdant Brink. This is the first Heart of Thorns map, and this vendor right at the first waypoint sells bladed gear boxes for the map currency called airship parts, which you can collect around the map or do events for. Keep in mind though that you actually need the Itzel Law Mastery to be able to trade with this vendor, so you'll need to farm events for a while to build up enough XP to get this. If you don't have a Heart of Thorns though, you can...
Okay, so like Mastery seems like... I think it's cope, but it's a fucking huge deal, it seems like. It seems like Mastery just ties into absolutely everything.
Also directly earn exotic gear through the PvP...
You have no idea what you're talking about when it comes to meta builds. Exactly, Allah. And I would like to keep it that way, because I'm not going to go out of my fucking way to learn from someone else unless I'm min-maxing the shit out of the experience. And suddenly I'm sitting here opening an Excel spreadsheet going, well, maybe if I press this button half a second faster. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to play the fucking game and enjoy myself.
Reward tracks, world versus world reward tracks, and even old school dungeons by using the dungeon currency at this vendor in Lion's Arch, as well as countless other expansion vendors who sell gear for map currency. It's a bit awkward to be honest, but like almost everything awards exotic gear in some shape or form, so pick whichever method suits you. This also only covers armor though. You'll also need weapons and trinkets, which are a little bit more challenging to come by, and for those I don't really have a simple...
Hold on. There are whole communities dedicated to crafting those builds. You're doing it a lot. Yeah, that's fine. That's great. Good for them. They're crafting those builds. But at the situation, at the position I am currently with any character I make, I don't need to be min-maxing the shit out of what I'm doing, because I'm taking away from my own experience. I'm not learning lessons from bad gameplay that I need to go through in order to develop as a player. I'm skipping that, then doing something that someone else has figured out and never learning why the fuck they're so much better than me. I'm just copy pasting, right? I can understand at a high end, at a much higher end than anywhere I'm near, doing that shit. That makes sense. But right now, the current position I'm in, if I start looking at those builds and I start min-maxing, I'm going to be the DPS that everyone fucking hates. Because I will be a problem.
Answer. You can get some bits and pieces through your Elite Spec collection in the Achievements tab. Of course, though, there is a surefire way of getting these exact pieces, which is through crafting. But
Okay,
for that, you'll need to...
I do need to ask Mukluk about crafting. Also, just let me...
to get to at least level 400 in one of the crafting disciplines, and that's a whole can of worms I won't open up today. If you'd like...
Okay, wait, in crafting, you're limited to 2 crafting things, right? You're not allowed to do all of the crafting shit all at once. Or do I have that wrong? Is that like a holdover from WoW that I'm thinking of? 2 per character. You can have all at once. Okay, well, which one is it then? It costs only 50 silver. Wait, okay. If you level up crafting in Guild Wars 2, and then you swap to a different crafting thing, do you lose all of the experience you gained in that first crafting discipline? Or do you retain it, and if you swap back later, you've still got all that skill? No. You can switch back and continue at the same level. Okay, so it does save your progress. You keep it, but it costs you money. That's not a big deal. Right, that's fine. I understand that there should be some kind of punishment if you want to keep swapping through a bunch of shit. But, okay, so it like kind of saves your skill level, and you can always come back to it later or switch back to it later. That's what matters. So you can theoretically, like, just build a character that's got everything, and then just switch between them depending on what you need. But I suppose that depends on how expensive it becomes to switch between them. It's only 50 silver. Okay, that's nothing. That's fine. That's more like a mild annoyance than an actual problem. That's good. Okay. I'm going to have a conversation with Mukluk about crafting as well.
Like another straightforward way of getting exotic gear, though, just like a one-stop shop for all of it, or to fill out some missing slots, you're better off buying it from the trading post. First of all, the trading post is indicated by the little scale icon. The easiest one to find is in Lion's Arch right here, but there's also trading posts in every major city. You can sort by armor, weapons, accessories.
I could do that, Super God. I could do that 2 per character, but I only want to play 1 character for now. The rest of that? Nah. I want to play 1 character. I want to figure out 1 character.
Anything you want. Then you can hit the cogwheel and filter from, I don't know, let's say level 80 to level 80. And then you can also filter by the stats you want. To fully gear up in a popular stat combo like Berserkers.
I have not touched the trading post at all. I have barely looked at the trading post. Not because Guild Wars 2 has a bad trading post, but because I got so fucking burned out on playing the World of Warcraft auction house non-stop as a sweaty little youngster who was avoiding losing his virginity while waiting for fucking mithril bars at a lower price on the auction house to show up. For hours at a time. So I'm going to need to ask Mukluk about the trading post as well. It's going to be very important. If you want to fuck up the trading post, then I can write I am Evan Nashblade into the fucking hell.
Can be quite costly if you're a new player. It'll run you around 10 to 20 gold, probably a bit more. And with the newer stat combinations, they're a lot more expensive. So with that, let's talk about gold, right? So gold is the primary currency in Guild Wars 2, and you'll need it to buy things on the trading.
Okay, hold on. So that link you sent. That's the okay. This is the sweaty Excel spreadsheet that everyone's using to figure shit out. All right, this is the pull the APIs and okay, I get it. All right, that's pretty sweaty. So there has to be significant value in the trading post.
You can spend it here on gear, food, materials, skins, and more. You'll also need it for unlocking mounts and all sorts of other things.
Okay, so there's probably a value trade-off somewhere here, right? Where you've got to reach a point where ROI for your time, it's more valuable to buy something off of the trading post rather than level up the skill to craft the thing yourself. Like food, maybe. Or something stupid like that. I wonder where that threshold is.
You can even use it to exchange into gems to purchase stuff on the cash shop. So, how might a new player get gold? My first recommendation for golds would be dailies.
Ah, that's a good one. That's what I need to ask him. I need to remember to ask him these. This is I talked about this last stream. This is the design philosophy of most engineering products when they're released, and the questions we ask, but they actually apply very well to MMOs, right? Spectacles, testicles, wallet, and watch. Those are 4 important principles when building anything. I need to ask Mukluk about that. It's probably not going to make much sense to anyone. Just treat the trading post as a giant stock market. Yeah, okay, that's every single MMO in existence.
As an MMO player, that term might make you recoil, but hear me out, right? These are simple, easy tasks that'll take you no longer than 10 minutes, and it'll net you an easy 2 gold per day. Just head over to the Achievements tab. Under Daily, just click that first Daily tab. Completing any...
Hold on, it's probably like $20 to buy max level crafting in all crafting disciplines. Unsurprising. If you want to pay to win, you can also drop $100 and have 80% of the legendary gear. I'll pass. I'm not going to give them money. Fuck that. I'm a stingy little bastard.
3 of these will get you that 2 gold. They range from open world stuff to PvP to world versus world. If you're on a new character and you don't have much of the map unfogged, then they might take a little bit longer. But if you have the waypoints near the locations listed, then it's a breeze. So another method of daily gold is fractal dungeons, which is the first instance.
Okay, so that doesn't matter, right? If that's in the Wizard Vault, that's okay, that's fine. This is outdated. I'm not surprised this is a 2-year-old video. I'm not going to be shocked that some of these people say things that aren't real. I'm looking for general overview points here. Keep in mind, I'm not following this like a guide. I'm not going to like write everything this person says down and then follow it to the letter. What I'm looking for is generalized advice that people keep on giving over and over again. What's interesting about this, right, is if you go onto YouTube and you look at these, what do you do at level 80, right? Most of these videos are the same videos with the same points, and it's just varying...
What should I do?
Varying levels of detail with each one, and every now and then I get a new point out of it. That's what I'm looking for, because I'm going to need to ask Mukluk about all of this. Because I think it'll be more valuable to hear it directly from him, because I care about what Mukluk's opinion is, not what all these other people are saying.
Instance content that I'm going to introduce you to today. This is the main 5-man instance PvE content for Guild Wars 2. There are 21 unique dungeons divided into 4 tiers with increasing difficulty in the form of modifiers. But if you're a new player...
Is this one of those electric floor fucking dungeons? Yeah, it looks like it.
You'll start in tier 1. So what you want to do is, you can either check the daily fractals tab under achievements, or you can visit the fractals portal in Lion's Arch. You'll see a list of all the dungeons, and some will have a purple marker next to them.
Oh, okay, I get it now. I understand why every now and then I still see players in Lion's Arch. It makes perfect sense now. It's also another thing I need to ask Mukluk about. That makes perfect sense. Everyone is there for the trading post and for the portal, and no one gives a shit about anything else. Here's another sweaty site. Yeah, I know about Guild Wars 2 efficiency. I know about them. I think I got some info off of them. Yeah, I got info off of them for my first impressions video when I was trying to figure out what's the least played class profession combo.
These are the fractals that have been randomly selected as the dailies for today. You'll want to go into your LFG tool, then under Fractals of the Mists, click Initiate Scales 1 to 25 to see the groups that are currently looking for players. If there's nobody there, it's probably because all the groups are already filled, or you're playing during dead hours like me because you live in the Upside Down. But that's okay.
This poor subhuman. If only he could be considered a person. But unfortunately, he's Australian. Now, I usually don't discriminate against people with disabilities, but, you know, sometimes you have to hold your tongue.
Create your own group, right? So you just list your group through the LFG. Just state that you're doing dailies and maybe that you're new as well, and then you can just jump straight in. And then inside the fractal lobby, you can go to this console and you can change which fractal dungeon you're going to be doing. If you've never done fractals before, then you'll only have access to a limited number of these. I think you only have access to like one. But anyone in your party can pull the whole group into the fractals that they've unlocked. So just tell the group you're new and ask someone else if they can start them. Basically, if you want to start them yourself, you need to increase your personal fractal level by completing fractals that are higher than your current personal fractal level. This sounds really complicated, but basically you just got to unlock all the fractals by working your way through them. This is
okay. I'm guessing that because gear seems to be irrelevant and you've got horizontal progression, that if you don't need to change out your gear, a lot of these fractals are going to be more related to how much skill you have as a player. And I'm hoping that's the case. And I'm going to need to ask Mukluk about that. Because the idea is, in a game like WoW, you can be dog shit at the game, but if you've got really good gear, that compensates for how fucking stupid you are. And you can do amazing damage and look awesome, but you're still brain dead on the inside. So I wonder how different that is to Guild Wars 2.
This is why you'd ideally join someone else, because they've probably got them unlocked, but you'll unlock them all as you do daily fractals.
I'm new to this. You've been removed from the group. You see, that's because you're saying the wrong thing. What you've got to say is LFG ERP fractal group. LFG trauma bonding group, where I tell you about that time my uncle touched me at the barbecue. And you tell me about that time that the sports coach took you behind the bleachers. Fractals is the only place where you need to get better gear than what you currently have, but skill also matters. Okay, well, we're gonna see how much of a difference Mukluk thinks that is. We'll see.
Fractals anyway. Once the fractal island is selected and you've got the whole group inside the lobby, you hop into the central portal and you can start your run. At tier 1, these are simple enough, but feel free to ask for help.
This is going to be a very important question to ask him. Hold on. Whole instance content Guild Wars 2 is related to how much skill you have as a player. Gear never compensates for being stupid. Same gear, same build. One person will do 7k DPS, the other will do 35. Yeah, I'm the 7k DPS. Hey, what's up, Yogi? How you doing? There was a question I needed to ask. That I'm gonna need to ask Mukluk tomorrow. This is a serious question. Okay, I want his direct opinion on this. I want to see what he has to say about it.
help if you're a bit lost, as some of the mechanics in these dungeons are a little less straightforward than what you might be used to in other MMORPGs. Ideally, you want to do all of the daily fractals that you can. So once you've completed a daily fractal, you get a chest, and inside that chest is a fractal encryption.
No, open world events are a big thing. Yeah, okay, but I want to see to what degree is that true, right? How significant is that? Is there any point to open world events, or is it more like you're doing it just because it's entertaining? Does it hold significance beyond that? There's like a ton of expansive things I want to ask Mukluk, and I want to see what his opinion is on it specifically. Can I ruin your fun self-deprecation and say you already will do more than 40% of the player base's damage with your current stuff? Maybe, but I don't feel like I'm doing any fucking damage in the story. Let's be honest. I've fucking died to normal mobs in the story because I played like shit. So, and it's not the game's fault. I know it's my fault. So I'm not sure about that.
Key. You can use these to crack open the fractal encryptions that you get from any successful fractal run. You'll get valuable trophy items from this that you can sell to any vendor. These can range from 20 to 60 silver per piece. If you've opened them all up and you've got more fractal encryptions left over, you can buy
Camgar, I played non-spec scrapper and core engineer rifle.
Discounted keys from this vendor to open up more and make a small profit, or you can sell the remaining fractal encryptions directly on the trading post for about 25 silver each. In higher tiers, you'll get more boxes and more keys, but you'll need ascended gear for that as well as other stuff, which I'll cover in part 2. So that's 2 basic sources of gold to get you started. You can also sell mystic coins on the trading post, which come from login rewards, as well as...
so that's just farming gold. That doesn't matter. Right, I'm not going to go into that because I'll get that out of the trading posts that are playing the game out of grinding fractals, whatever the fuck else. So that I'm going to leave alone. That's enough like information out of that. That was a decent video, but I can't hit the like button because he's Australian, and that like it's just not fair for me to treat him like he's a human being. That's not, you know, that's insulting to the rest of the human race. Let's see what let's see what Loranity has to say. Loranity is the feet jumping puzzle lady. Right, so I think if you're playing the game at that level, you're either bored as all fuck, or you're just hyper skilled at the game.
In Guild Wars 2 after I hit level 80. This is another extremely common question I get asked in my stream chats. Guild Wars 2 is a giant...
Wait, hold on. Loranity the dude. Well, yeah, sure. There's no such thing as a woman on the internet. Duh. Well, what the fuck were you thinking? This guy's just got a high-pitched voice.
Gigantic game, so a lot of players get a bit overwhelmed once they hit max level. What content is there even to do now that I'm level 80, and what content should I do first? Well, obviously, the first thing you should do is subscribe to my YouTube channel. Fortunately, I am on a quest to definitively answer all common Guild Wars 2 questions, and today we're talking about what you should do after hitting level 80. There are loads of ways to play Guild Wars 2. You can be a tryhard raider, a fashionista, an open world endurer, You can be a tryhard raider, a fashionista, an open...
They didn't have to do that. That didn't need to be in the game. But some dedicated dev out there went out of his way to make sure that even if she's packing mosquito bites, they still jiggle. Quality.
An open world endurer, a PvP main, or even a musician. You can absolutely decide to focus on just one game mode and ignore the others, if you want to. There is no wrong way to play this game. However, there are a couple of things which are quite useful for anyone to do right after they hit level 80. Let's start off with those. After you hit level 80, you probably want to work on unlocking your movement tools.
Yeah.
This stuff will let you get around more easily.
That's a question I need to ask him.
So you won't constantly be
That's super
falling behind
important.
your friends. Gliding was added by the Heart of Thorns expansion, and it lets you slowly glide down after you jump. This lets you reach new places, and it also lets you survive falls from very high up. If you are clumsy like me and you fall off a cliff every 5 seconds, you will love having access to gliding. It is super useful and you'll definitely want to unlock this ASAP. Guild Wars 2's Path of Fire expansion also added loads of different mounts, which all have different movement abilities. For example, the Raptor lets you jump far
Jesus,
and
what
cross
the
gaps.
fuck? I've never seen a raptor jump that distance. What the fuck?
Movement abilities.
Okay,
For
that's
example,
not a
the
normal
Raptor
raptor. That
lets
has
you
to
jump
be like
far and cross.
What the fuck? I've never had my raptor jump that far. Okay, there has to be some kind of modifier that I'm missing there. Masteries. Okay, that makes sense. All right, I was about to be like, what fucking hacks bullshit is this?
Gaps, and the Springer lets you jump up super high. With gliding and mounts unlocked, you'll be able to traverse the area much easier. For any fresh level 80, I recommend playing for the start of the Heart of Thorns story for gliding, and then also for the Path of Fire story for your first couple of basic mounts. Playing for the End of Dragons expansion is also an option to get gliding and the first 2 mounts unlocked, but you won't be able to upgrade those with mastery levels. If you don't know what mastery levels are just yet, don't worry, we'll talk about those in just a bit. But for now, I recommend getting your gliding and mounts in Heart of Thorns and Path of Fire.
Jesus Christ, I want to throw up looking at this fucking thing. If Guild Wars 2 had more, like, personal crafting, I would open up a veterinary clinic that was like a kill shelter where people could just turn in their certain characters to be put down forever. And we wouldn't do it like, yeah, you know, like all peaceful style with an injection. We'd do it Middle Eastern head sawing style where someone takes a butter knife and just starts fucking sawing until the job's done.
Fire, respectively. While you can skip through the story and work on unlocking gliding and mounts instantly, my personal recommendation is to just play for the game's story from start to finish.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
This will give you a fantastic sense of...
Okay. AT player. Masteries. Hero points. Mobility. Mastery, hero points, mobility, story. So this kind of question is going to be related to the type of player that they are. Which one of these 4 players are we dealing with here?
Direction when you're not sure what to do, and you will unlock a lot of useful stuff like gliding and mounts along the way. If you're feeling a bit bored of the base game story...
I know what you talk about, Super God, but I'm thinking about prioritization, not which one. Like, it's not like a one at a time kind of thing.
Right now, do not worry. In my opinion, Guild Wars 2 story gets better and better as you progress through. The base game story is, in my opinion, by far the weakest chapter. If you're a bit bored of it, and if you really just want to get to the good stuff...
Let me tell you, it fucking was. The base game story is fucking devastating. You play that shit once and never again.
You can also decide to skip finishing the personal story for now.
What ArenaNet uses to introduce you to various stuff in the game.
I think they could do a better story, a better tutorial element with introducing you to shit. I think they really could, rather than here's a message in your inbox. I think they're over-reliant on you opening windows to be able to see something as opposed to tying it directly into the world story. And I know that's a DPS problem because we can't read, but I do think that certain elements of the game are not well tied into the story, and they've fallen back on either their wiki or you opening a window and reading.
Straight to another chapter. Guild Wars 2's story structure is unfortunately a little bit complicated. The story consists of the base game, expansions, and also Living Worlds.
Yeah.
Living Worlds was basically story patches in between the expansions.
I wouldn't take
However,
her
if
opinion
you
on how
didn't
good the
get
story
the
is
Elder
too
Dragon
seriously. She's a Braham simp, still love her.
Hey, look. Some girls, or at least men pretending to be girls, are really into fucking ugly ass dudes. It's just how it is. Have you seen Pete Davidson? Have you seen the kind of woman he dates? Have you seen Asmongold? Have you seen some of the girls he's been with? Some girls just feel really, really good being around fucking Quasimodo all day, okay? It makes them feel like they're constantly doing charity. Case in point, my wife.
Dragon Saga Complete Collection, you will have to buy most Living Worlds seasons separately. Because of this, a lot of people decide to skip Living Worlds. If you are a true story fan, I do recommend grabbing...
That's actually a valuable question. Want to see what he says about that.
all Living Worlds seasons and then playing through everything chronologically. But if you don't care about story that much, you can also decide to skip Living Worlds for now and to just start with the expansion stories. You will be missing some context by doing that, but the story will still be pretty easy to follow. Alright, so what was that about upgrading your glider and mounts? Well, starting with the first expansion, there are masteries for you to level.
Okay.
You train masteries by filling the masteries XP bar.
You know what, Loranity's got a much better explanation of all of the shit than every other video we've watched. I kind of feel like everyone else kind of blasted past the shit and kind of mentioned it in passing, where she's actually taking her time to go through each and every single one. I don't know, maybe that's just me.
And then once that's done, spending a mastery points. You can, for example, start unlocking masteries for your glider, allowing you to use updrafts or glide infinitely. You can unlock raptor masteries to make your raptor jump further, or springer masteries to make your springer jump higher. Going for masteries is another fantastic early game goal to go for, and it's pretty easy to level up a lot of these while you're running around the walls doing the story. While you're busy playing the expansions, this is also the perfect time for you to start unlocking your elite specializations. The first 3 expansions each added an elite specialization for every class, and those elite specializations drastically changed how your class plays. An Elementalist can, for example, specialize as a Tempest, a Weaver, or a Catalyst.
All of which end up on the floor dead.
These elite specializations are super strong, and really, now that you are level 80, you will want to start working on unlocking them all. If you're not quite sure which elite specialization you want to play, I actually did a class guide video very recently, where I discussed
Not worth watching. Figure that shit out for yourself.
all elite specializations in the game. So if you're curious, maybe give that one a watch. You unlock an elite specialization in the same way that you have been unlocking skills and traits so far. You spend hero points in the training menu. However, you will notice that these elite specializations cost a lot of hero points. They might seem almost impossible to unlock at first. Now, before you go spend 30 hours grabbing hero points, here is some useful info. Hero point challenges in the expansion maps don't give you just 1 hero point. No, instead they will give you 10 hero points. So, to get enough points for your elite specs, you will want to do hero point challenges in the expansion maps instead. Some Heart of Thorns hero point challenges can be quite challenging as a solo player.
Okay, that's good, actually. I think it's really good that this shit is challenging. I think it should be challenging. You should have to fight for those points. That's much better.
They're honestly kind of mean. This one evil mushroom has easily killed thousands of new players. If you're struggling with these, make sure to ask for help in the map chats or—
Wait, hold on. What? That's a mushroom? That just looks like a big shit.
New players. If you're struggling with these, make sure to ask for help in the map chats or check out the LFG. Players often organize hero point trains, where they go and look all the hero points together with a large group of players. If you join one of these trains, getting your hero points will be super easy. Just follow the commander and start hitting stuff. Fortunately, hero point challenges in Path of Fire and End of Dragons are quite a bit easier, and you should be able to solo most of those. Another thing that I highly recommend you work on now that you are level 80 is your gear. Having a full set of good level—
Everyone keeps telling me about gear, but how, like, I mean, if I'm walking around in Nika gear, is this even, like, I keep hearing it, work on your gear, but, like, it doesn't seem valuable. Is this just outdated information and like in the past, it wasn't valuable at all? Like you had to go out of your way to do this and then they got rid of the system at some point in time in the last year? I need to ask Mukluk about this. You forgot that most players do not boost and then run around with blue and green gear. I didn't boost my engineer, and I still somehow got Nika gear. Am I missing something here? Oh, I got sent it. Okay. Oh, okay. That's... Yeah, probably someone sent me the gear. That makes sense. Okay. I kind of forgot. That's fair. Okay. Yeah, streamer privilege. Makes 100% sense. I get it.
Level 80 gear will make the whole game a lot easier. You might even stand a chance against that mean mushroom from Heart of Thorn.
Hold on, what matters very much is what stats you have on your gear. The difference between exotic and ascended is within 10%. But the difference between running berserkers or running some dog shit like soldiers is massive. Okay, so it does matter. I would assume if I cared to look at any of the other characters that I'd leveled on my alt account after hitting level 80, I would then have to concern myself with gear and what stats I'm running on whatever I'm wearing. I didn't even bother to look at that. I quite literally, in every single character that I leveled, I hit the Zaitan fight, I finished the Zaitan fight, and then just immediately stopped giving a fuck because I needed to go throw up.
It's also just kind of a fun goal to work towards. Guild Wars 2 doesn't add new gear tiers with expansions and patches, which means that good gear will be good gear forever. In other words, getting some good gear right now is a fantastic investment and it will last you pretty much forever. As a new player, you will first want to work on getting yourself a set of level 80 exotic gear. Exotic gear is not quite the highest.
Okay, so I'm not a dart build, so yeah, it'll be Berserker's gear that I'd aim for. Especially on my engineer. I think I'm going to actually stick with core rifle if I can help myself because it's just a lot easier to play with lag. I just need to get better at actually using my skills in the order I'm supposed to use them. Also, I just love the Rifle 5 mobility. It's so fucking good. Core gameplay is dog shit that you can do with whatever gear, but as soon as you touch the expansion, you will notice if your gear sucks. Okay.
tier, but it is pretty close. The next gear tier is Ascended gear. It is very much worth working towards an Ascended weapon and Ascended trinkets. Those are pretty fantastic upgrades over exotics. Ascended armor is also an upgrade over exotic
Jesus
armor,
fucking
but the
Christ.
difference there is kinda small, and lots of players decide to just stick to exotic armor. Gearing is a...
Do you think, like, how many epileptics do you think Loranity kills whenever they, like, open up her stream? Because the way she fucking moves in this game is ridiculous. I'm sure that, like, every now and then, like, a kid, like, opens up her stream and, like, his mom just finds him, like, frothing at the mouth, being like, just wigging out because she decided to do, like, a double jump ability and then flip onto a fucking bright pink dragon. Jesus Christ.
Massive topic in this game, and I could honestly make an entire video about it. Which I did! A couple of months ago, I actually made this gear guys video, where I talk about what gear you probably should get and all the different ways to get it. The link is in the description, so definitely give it a watch
I'm gonna ignore that.
if you're starting your gearing process. I love how today's video is just letting me shale all the videos I made this year.
Yeah, damn well is.
So, story, gliding, mounts, masteries, elite specializations, and gear. Those are the things I highly recommend anyone go
Okay, I've got all of those down to ask Mukluk
for
about.
after they hit level 80 for the first time. Now that you have done these, you are ready to transition to the end game. The end game of Guild Wars 2 is really what you make of it. You can be a tryhard raider, an open world enjoyer, or...
You know what? That's gonna be an important
a
one.
PvP main. Again, there is really no wrong way to play this game. But if you are feeling a little bit lost now, here is a list of activities and goals that you can decide to do now that you are level 80, but are by no means necessary. Let's dive in. The most popular endgame activities in Guild Wars 2 are roughly open world PvE, instance PvE, PvP, and world versus world.
Okay, yeah, I thank God someone's spoken about it. I completely forgot this element of the game existed. It's probably a defense mechanism. I'm taking you through the raids in order. That's fine, but I want to see what Mukluk says. I want to see if he makes me experience something that makes up for the psychological damage that is done by a new player hitting level 80 and going through the Zaitan fight.
Open world PvE is something you've probably already done quite a lot. Lots of endgame players like to run so-called meta events, which are large-scale events with giant bosses and big rewards. Some of these meta events are on a timer, and some of them are just kind of always happening. You can go to the event timer page on the Guild Wars 2 wiki to easily see when the timed events are happening. For example, in just a little bit of time, the Attack on Tara meta event will happen in Auric Basin, which is very popular and very profitable. Look at all these golden chests you get to loot at the end. That is some sweet, sweet dopamine. Many commanders also like to do meta trains, where they do one meta after another to make lots of gold very quickly.
There's trains? In Guild Wars 2?
It's okay, Rose. The Kralkatoric fights will make up for Zaitan, you.
I fucking hope so. Wait, Kralkatoric's the one that left the big purple fucking line through the map, right? Yeah, he better be awesome. That dragon better be fucking awesome. But yeah, I'm glad to hear that there's trains in Guild Wars 2. There's a female police officer that I heard about last year that would absolutely love Guild Wars 2. I heard she really loved trains, like, to an insane degree, so that's good to hear. I think maybe she should play this game.
But of course, meta events are not the only thing that the Guild Wars 2 open world has to offer. Maybe you like to do adventures, hunt achievements, spend hours fishing, or do jumping puzzles. You probably already ran into most of these while leveling to level 80. If you were looking for some cool...
That's actually that's important. I need to ask him about that as well.
Open world goals to work on, you could consider working on unlocking the flying mounts. The Griffin is the first of these and it is super fun to use. The Griffin is a bit like a jet plane. If you jump down from somewhere high, you can gain a lot of speed and zoom around the map. It feels so cool to fly around on the Griffin at high speeds, until you fly into a random tree. Maybe that's just me. To get the Griffin, you first gotta finish the Path of Fire story, and then you have to do the Open Skies collect.
Okay, that I've gotta ask him about. I don't know how you spell Griffin in this game. So I'm just gonna leave it as that. It's probably wrong.
Make sure to check the wiki for a full guide on this. Doing the Griffin collection will require you to spend about 250 golds. You can easily earn this by running those meta events we were talking about earlier. Getting the Griffin is a solid first endgame goal. The other flying mount is called the Sky Scale. The Sky Scale is not...
I have seen so many fucking comments about this mount. I have seen so many goddamn comments from like two groups of people, right? I've seen the first group of people that being like, get the Sky Scale, it's great. And then the follow-up comment was always, you don't know about getting the fucking Sky Scale. Back in my day, you had to hunt down and suck off an NCSoft employee 7 times a week as a daily quest before you could even think about getting the intro to getting the Sky Scale. You don't know suffering. And then the follow-up comment is, the future is now, old man. You wasted your time, and I just waited. I fucking love seeing those comments, if I'm being honest. There's like, there are people who are so proud of sucking so much fucking dick to get their Sky Scale, where other people got it for free. It's fantastic. I love seeing that battleground go down in every single comment. It's beautiful. It's wonderful to just watch that shit from the sideline. And you know what? I'm gonna roach the fuck out when it's my turn to get this. I'm gonna get this in the easiest way possible. Honestly, it's worth it to do both. And the old way of getting it, you get bonuses for having it. I'm gonna do it the easy way. I'm gonna do it the easy bitch way, and then I'm gonna make a video where I do it in the most pussy way imaginable. And I'm gonna brag about it like it was difficult. And every comment is gonna be like, you don't know what it was like. I was trapped in Auschwitz, grinding for that fucking Sky Scale. And I'm gonna just love seeing every fucking comment like that. It's gonna make me feel so good on the inside. I can't wait. All of those comments are correct. I didn't feel like doing the stupid ass grind. It just got it for free in Soto. Exactly.
As fast as the Griffin, but it is arguably the most useful mount in the game. The Sky Scale is more like a helicopter, meaning that you can easily maneuver it to get almost anywhere. It can't fly infinitely, but it's still really, really useful. Currently, you can unlock the Sky Scale by finishing all of Living World Season 4, and then doing a very long collection achievement. Not much gold is required this time.
Okay, so Living World Season 4, and then the collection achievement, that's the long way, right? And Soto is the easy way. Now, if I buy the Soto expansion, does it just give me the mount? Or is it like, there's something you've got to do in Soto? No. It has a... No. Okay, so it doesn't just give you the fucking mount, right? I'm never reading patch notes, Super God. Never in a million years. So it's 3 years of content past. Living World Season 4. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Okay. So Soto is the important one. Soto's the easy version. Okay.
But the time investment is pretty huge. However, in just a couple of...
What kind of Xenos is this that you've allured your eyes to? Brother, it is either not man nor woman. What must we do with it? Brother.
Listen. Okay, just because she's got the man dark haircut, okay? There's no need to act like that.
Weeks, Guild Wars 2's new expansion is coming out, Secrets of the Obscure. And in this expansion, ArenaNet is adding a new, more streamlined way of unlocking the sky skill. So, if you want to get your sky skill more easily, you probably want to check out the Secrets of the Obscure acquisition method instead.
Okay,
next, let's talk about my favorite form of endgame. Instanced PvE. This is stuff like, for example, dungeons. Guild Wars 2 originally came out with a set of 8 dungeons, each with a story path and...
By the way, I have to say it, Guild Wars 2 is so fucking based for not giving you alternative skins to spiders in the game. Do the bits I use for the paid TTS go to you or no? I don't think I've got paid bits set up, Ashura. So don't waste your money. I think you might get scammed. Just use the points. Ever since I learned that World of Warcraft made a pubic lice filter because people are scared of low poly spiders in the fucking world, all I've thought about doing is posting spiders on every WoW account I can.
HUD for the LWS4 Sky Scale. It makes it more bearable.
Wait until you see the spider on bobblehead drugs. That shit is nightmare fuel. I don't care. Leave it alone. Leave it as a spider. If you can't handle a fucking spider in a video game, I'm sorry, but maybe you need to take a walk into traffic until you can handle that spider. Jesus Christ.
Also, more profitable, explorable paths. Dungeons were quite popular when the game first came out, and they're still pretty fun to run. But ArenaNet doesn't really make dungeons anymore.
They don't.
Instead, ArenaNet made this game mode called Fractals, which is basically the successor to dungeons. Fractals are smaller 5-man instances, which you can access from the big portal in Lion's Arch. Usually, in a fractal, there are some mobs to kill, a puzzle or two, and a big boss at the end. Every day, there is a selection...
Wait, hold on. As someone... Hold on. Where was that message? As someone who has agoraphobia, that's the fear of going outside, if I remember correctly. Don't worry, we've all got that. I feel for other people with unreasonable fears, it's not about being a pussy. It's about a primordial fear. Oh, fucking keeps on losing that message. A primordial fucking... Where's the YouTube chat? Let me just separate out the YouTube chat quickly so I can read that. Primordial fear. I don't know, but I get what you mean, but understand two things. First, I'm joking. I make jokes. Everything is a joke to me. I'll joke about myself. I'll joke about you. I will joke about everything. There's no sacred cow here. Second, exposure therapy. How are you going to get over the trauma of what your high school teacher did to you unless your therapist starts dressing up exactly the way they did? and start speaking to you in the same mannerism while unbuckling their pants. You'll never get over it. You've just got to get used to it.
Of daily and recommended fractals, which will give you loads of rewards. There are 4 different difficulty tiers of fractals, and as you do the fractals, you can climb to the higher difficulty tiers to obtain even better.
Hold on, so Tangier has this icon above your chat stream that lets us do all kinds of extra shit. For example, I used a Space Marine, but it's unclear if the proceeds of the bits go to you. So, if you used bits in the Space Marine showed up, that means that Tangier takes a cut of those bits, and because I haven't set up payments with Tangier, because that's not what I was trying to do, I was trying to make it free by using channel points so anyone could use it. That means they may be like, oh, hey, we're holding 5 cents for you, by the way.
Rewards. Fractals are, in my opinion, some of the best content in Guild Wars 2. There is a true sense of progression as you climb to the higher tiers, and they're really great for making goals. They're also, in my opinion, just quite a lot of fun. Because the dailies are different each day, I find that they don't get stale very quickly. If you like instance content in other games, definitely give Fractals a whirl. Also,
I'm not gonna lie. Everything I've seen about Fractals makes me think it's some of the most interesting content I've seen. Like, it seems to have, like, the most interplay between making you think, solving a puzzle, and doing damage. Now, the question in my head becomes, how fucking sweaty do fractals get? Will people kick you out of a fractal because you fucked up once? And are there any, like, high-end guilds that just do fractals and are they're like the hyper-competitive nutcases that you find in other games, or is that just not a thing? Also, thanks for the follow, Rebellion1.
time for...
Hold on. Tier 3 fractals will have toxic people. Triad fractal players are a different breed, even within the high-end community. T1 no, T2 no, T3 no, T4 if you fuck up more than 2 to 3 times, yes. High-level fractals are sweaty enough to flood the earth. I'm hearing multiple opinions here. People gatekeep CMs, sometimes people gatekeep T4 fractals. Everything else is chill and mostly unskilled. Suppose I'll have to find out firsthand. Because here's the problem, right? If I go into like a tier 2 fractal, and it just so happens that on that day was the day that the mental asylum let the patients go home for the weekend, then I might encounter some crazy people, whereas the general populace of Guild Wars 2 doesn't. God, I suppose you'd need to, like, get to the point where you're just going through fractals enough that you can spot the kind of person doing each tier of fractals. Or maybe I need to be the toxic person in tier 1 fractals. Maybe there's a gap in the market here. Everyone's opinion will vary based on the definition of toxic, gatekeep, and sweaty, but in general, only CM tiers groups will gatekeep you. Suppose we'll see. You'll piss people for not doing some of the mechanics that you should have learned in tier 1. Okay, so if you fuck up in tier 1, no one's gonna care, essentially. But if you don't learn the mechanics from tier 1, and then take them into the higher tiers, then you're gonna get in deep shit. That's what I'm understanding. When you want to learn how to exploit LFG, come talk with me. I will, but that's gonna be much later on down the line.
Some more shameless plug. One of my upcoming videos will actually be a guide to getting started with fractals. Besides 5-man fractals, Guild Wars 2 also offers 10-man raids. These are, as you can probably imagine, large instances filled with difficult boss fights. Raids can be...
So are fractals essentially raids / dungeons just under another name? That's the real question here. Do they all operate under the same mechanic and the same generalized build system? And it's just been separated out into a different name. That way, ANET and NCSoft can pretend that 3 components of content aren't just 1 component of content. Yes, same as mech. Extremely similar, just raids of 10 people, fractals of 5. Okay, so fractals are essentially... They're essentially dungeons that aren't tied into the world. They're not like part of the world itself. It's like you stand at a portal, you go to a fractal. Okay. They all use the same builds. Okay. Fractals are fast dungeons. Okay. So, fractals are basically McDonald's dungeons. That makes perfect sense to me. That's all I needed to know.
Be a little bit more tricky to get started with, because you need a group of 10 players and there are also no tiers. There is no smooth learning curve here. However, the Heart of Thorns raids are actually quite straightforward. Power creep over the years has made these raids...
Hold on, do I have raids down? What is the best raid for a new player? What is the best fractal? I'd want to know both. I know that there's like an introductory thing where you can only do so many in fractals as a new player. I just wonder if there's any variation at all there, and what Mukluk will say to that.
A lot easier than they used to be. If you want to get started with raids, I also do have a video for that. Definitely give that one a watch. And finally, we also have so-called strike missions. Strike missions are, just like fractals to dungeons, kind of the successor to raids. Instead of having a large instance with multiple boss encounters, strike missions are instances that consist of one single boss battle, so you can go straight to the boss that you want to do. Most strike missions are also quite a bit easier than raids, but the newer ones do start ramping up in different...
Okay, there's strike missions to consider as well, which sound again like dungeons under a different name.
For the players truly seeking a challenge, the newer strikes also have challenge modes, which turn the difficulty up to 11, and they are easily some of the hardest encounters in the game right now. Wow, that is a lot of instance PvE game modes.
So wait, hold on. So in her video from this point here to this point here, it's the same thing with mild variations. Okay.
Let me give you some straightforward advice. Fractals are easy to get started with in tier 1. So if you want to do those, just get on LFG, find yourself a group and give them a shot. Everyone in tier 1 is new, so don't worry too much about not knowing everything yet. Then, for 10-man content, start with the normal mode strike missions. If you like those, you can move on to the slightly more difficult Heart of Thorns raids. Then do the, again, slightly more difficult Path of Fire raids. And then finally, once you are truly up for a challenge, give Strike Challenge modes a shot. We have now covered most popular PvE endgame content. Guild Wars 2, however, has a lot more to offer than just that. There are plenty of people who barely spend...
I'm gonna be honest with you. She missed raid CMs. Yeah, but I'm sure that Mukluk can tell me about that. It seems like a large proportion of Guild Wars 2 content, once you've hit level 80, if we're just neglecting the story chunks, right? It seems like the large end game proportion is just some variation of instanced content. It's not a bad thing. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. That's most MMOs, right? Fall into that bucket. It's just, how significant does the instanced content compare to something like...
Nah, do Heart of Thorns raids first, then Before Strikes.
Okay. How does that compare to something outside of the norm? Like the roller beetle racing, or any of the stranger challenges that the game will make you do. Versus go into this instance and beat these 4 guys up, they owe me money. Then I'm gonna have to ask him about.
Any time playing PvE. Instead, they have decided to main PvP or World versus...
Open world meta events are technically in-game PvE, but not instanced. They are map-wide 60-ish man raid. Hold on. That's like when a boss pops up on a timer, Michael, and everyone fucks it up.
From Vsauce here lately, I've been wondering what makes a furry... Well, of good news, because this 34-year-old lady, Ahum Wolf, donated her body to science.
Oh, fuck. He found the voices in the Tangio bot. Oh, fuck, I didn't even know you could get that voice, goddammit. Fuck. I feel like it just gets worse from here. Yeah, but some map-wide, so the boss doesn't just spawn. What are you asking, essentially? What is your goal? I completed every hard content. It's not really about a goal, per se, right? It's about, what am I going to ask Mukluk tomorrow and see what he has to say about when it comes to someone who's just hit level 80 and what directions he would recommend someone take after they've decided that they're not going to commit suicide after pissing on Zaitan twice and winning.
Wolves. In PvP, teams of usually 5 players face off against each other. The key to being victorious is not just getting kills, it is also capturing objectives and holding them. There is some true strategy needed to be good at PvP. The game mode is very fast paced, easy to pick up.
I gotta be honest, you gotta get like real fucking sweaty with PvP to get good, because I've realized like there are so many people who've been playing this game for years and are just fucking incredible at PvP. And to stand a chance against them, you've got a mountain to climb to catch up to them. It's like going into Warcraft 3 competitive matches and you've never played a strategy game in your life before. You're gonna get the shit kicked out of you real fast.
But also incredibly hard to master. If you get truly good at PvP, you will obliterate anyone standing in your way. As someone who is bad at PvP, it is honestly kinda scary how good some people are at it. You can actually hop straight into PvP right from the start of the game.
Yep.
In PvP, your character gets skilled to max level, and all your gear stats are standardized. That means...
If I'm being honest with you, I don't consider PvP in-game content. I consider PvP just content. The fact that you can hop into the game modes at any point in time, the fact that your gear doesn't matter, the fact that any other progression you've made in the game whatsoever is not tied into any of the instance PvP means that to me it's just content. It's not end-game content.
That gear-wise, you will be on a level playing field with everyone else, even if you haven't farmed up good gear in PvE yet. It can, however, actually be a pretty good...
World vs. World in PvP is a game mode that... Yeah, but I wasn't talking about World vs. World. That's why I said instance PvP.
...way of obtaining set gear. PvP rewards are surprisingly good. You can make goals and also earn yourself the best installed Ascended gear, all without ever setting a foot in PvE. PvP is intense and definitely not for everyone. It's actually by far...
Hold on. I really do not want to spoil, but there are 2 to 3 open world metas that are really noteworthy and stand out above all other content in the game, save for 2 instances. Well, I'll get there. I'll figure that out myself. Also, Shiro, what the fuck are you doing? Stop wasting your goddamn money, you animal. Motherfucker. You piece of shit. Save your goddamn money. What's wrong with you?
Are my least played game modes. But if it is your thing, be prepared to be truly sucked in. But maybe structured 5v5 PvP isn't really your thing. Maybe you are more into large-scale open-world battles. If that is you, then the Wolves vs. Wolves game mode is the one for you. In Wolves vs. Wolves, players battle over territory. You can have an epic clash over a castle between two giant armies of players. Or you can end up in an intense 1v1 with someone trying to gank you. It is a very engrossing game mode, and many Guild Wars 2 players consider Wolves vs. Wolves to be their game mode of choice. There is a lot of skill involved in coordinating these large-scale battles, and there are a lot of guilds out there purely focused on getting good at playing together.
What kind of chance? Okay, this is something I need to ask Mukluk. What chance does a solo player stand in WVW? That I'm gonna need to figure out. You just zerg. Let's see, because if there are gigantic guilds that are organizing in World versus World, are you gonna be placed against them? Or is queuing up in a group different from queuing up solo, and those are two separated out elements?
Just like in PvP, the rewards are actually quite good, but
there's a bunch of
PvP,
questions I've got around this, I'll ask him.
PvE gear in this game mode. You do get skilled to level 80, but really, I recommend getting yourself at least exotic gear before truly diving in. And that was most major endgame activities in Guild Wars 2. If you are new to the game, you might now be wondering, what is the point of doing all of these game modes? I already got my really good gear earlier, so what is the incentive to do all of this stuff?
What is happening in the Guild Wars 2 community? This is the second video where someone's asking this existential question. Why are you here? What happened to you? Like, what the fuck is happening here? What are these people going through that they just keep asking this question?
Am I just playing for fun, or is there some carrot on a stick that will keep me going? While you might be fully geared out in best installed gear, Guild Wars 2 players can always use more gold, because you can use your gold to buy cool skins. We all know that the true endgame goal in
that is the true endgame goal, but let's see what Mukluk has to say about this. Let's see what answer he gives me.
in MMOs is fashion. All of these endgame activities will earn you gold to fund your fashion addiction. Most people play these game modes because they just like doing them, but the gold you earn is definitely also a motivating factor. If you are truly down to farm some gold, you might also consider going for the ultimate endgame goal, Legendary Gear. Legendary Gear does not have better stats than Ascended Gear, but it usually looks incredibly cool and it offers amazing quality of life.
The weapon
like
sucks,
free
but that
stat
looks pretty
swapping,
cool.
free transmutation, and using the gear on the multiple characters at once. Legendaries are very expensive, and farming enough gold for one can easily take you months. But once you make your first legendary, you want to make more. For a lot of players, including myself, collecting legendaries is the ultimate endgame goal. The carrot on a stick that keeps them logging in every day. All with the ultimate goal to one day be geared in full legendary gear. After 11 years, I am getting pretty close.
Jesus Christ. Okay, you know how I said that some of the Guild Wars 2 gear is pretty cool because it looks awesome, but it still also looks practical. It still looks like functionally amazing. I take that back.
To it myself. And that is our overview of everything you should do after hitting level 80 in Guild Wars 2. Thank you so much for watching. I really hope this video was helpful. If you have any questions, the best way to ask me is to stop by my Twitch stream over at twitch.tv/Loranity. I stream Guild Wars 2 5 nights a week and I really like the game. Also, make sure to check out the rest of my YouTube channel.
Not bad. That was good. That was about all the advice I really need in figuring out exactly what I need to be asking Mukluk. Now I need to get on. What the? Where the fuck does this come from? What the fuck is this? I love her son Piker's turkey. You take this fucking hat off of me right now, you piece of shit. What the fuck? What fuck? Where the fuck did that even come from? How did you do that? That has to be Tangier. That has to be one of the fucking overlays. I don't even know it. Like, I legitimately don't know how you did that. You piece of shit. You're opening a Pandora's box here. You motherfucker, sure. Fucking you fucking rat bastard. Okay. I'm gonna try and ignore the fact that you just told me I love Hassan Piker's dick. And we're gonna talk about the other things, right? That I need to ask Mukluk. I have a good 20 minutes left before unfortunately I have to go. So no World of Warcraft tonight, no hardcore challenge. Unfortunately. Plus, I need to fix some things that broke on my stream. I wanted to look for add-ons as well, but we'll do that on probably Thursday, because tomorrow I'm gonna need to be playing Guild Wars 2, talking to Mukluk. Then on Wednesday it's Guild Wednesday 2, and then I'll have to play catch up on Thursday or Friday. It depends on how much I get done with my job. Okay, so obviously we need to break the ice with Mukluk. We can't just go balls deep when he's still dry and biting the pillow. That's just not fair. So what I'm gonna need to do is I'm gonna need to think of ways that I can, like, you know, make things easier for him and his community. I can ease the non-PG dick into his ass. So one of them is a racism tier list. That's very important that we do. What are the other things I can think off the top of my head that I can put Mukluk through that's gonna keep his PG rating but make him question his sanity? So you never spoke before except the video centipede. We started speaking after he reacted to one of my videos, one of my Guild Wars 2 videos, and on stream I said, I don't give a fuck if people react to my videos, do whatever the fuck you want, I'm not your dad. And then we started speaking after that. Right? I think it was just nice for him to realize I'm not gonna act like a little girl, a little bitch, and start like being like, how dare you steal my content, and then like start like copyright claiming him or something stupid like that. Sometimes I can feel a little bit daunting. Guild Wars 2 EFF helps. No, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to install add-ons. I'm not going to ruin the pure experience of being retarded in the game. Plus, I don't like add-ons playing the game for me. When you talking about Guild Wars 2 racism, are you talking about Asura? No. You'll see. It'll make more sense on the day. I've got to think of at least 3 things here. I've got 1. Guild Wars 2 F isn't an add-on, it's a website. That's worse. That's even worse. I refer you back to the chart. Your wife's legs, the website playing the game for you in some sense, and your hands on the butt cheeks pushing them in. Don't make me tap the sign. Oh, Guild Wars 2 efficiency. Okay, that's fine. That's just data. That's fine. It's not playing the game for you. I take it back. That's a question. That's okay, I've got a secret plan behind these. They're not like, I'm not revealing anything to you by putting these here because they're not going to go in the direction you think they're going. But I need to think of a third icebreaker here, something that's going to be difficult for his community to swallow. And then the rest I'll do off stream. His video's up for Blish too, and he'll probably recommend that. That's fine. That doesn't matter. How do I fuck with him? I think I fuck with him by fucking with his community, right? We all know that because of the way Mukluk has formulated his content, about 90% of his viewership are normal-ass human beings who don't have this horrific sense of humor that I do. But I've got to bait that other small percentage as much as possible. Just leave that there. Now, what else can I ask him? What else can I do or set up to fuck with his community as much as possible? What are the sore spots? For fuck's sakes. God damn. I'm now scared of you, Ashura. You fucking bastard. I'm now terrified of what you're capable of. You guys had a disagreement on if the base game is worth anything. No, we didn't. That's the problem. Ask Mukluk about the Bone Zone. Okay, I'll ask him about that. I honestly don't know how Ashura is doing this. I'm gonna need to go into the back end of Tangier to figure this shit out. No, I need something that's like on the edge. Something upsetting. Oh, I know. This was an easy one. Of course. Of course. You know what? What color is the CC bar is also a valid question. I need validation on that. Right. I am now gonna take this. I'm gonna go to sleep for like 2 to 3 hours. I'm gonna wake up and I'm probably gonna be spending the next day planning out whatever I can to fuck with him while also getting valuable information. While also trying to ride the line of what is and isn't PG. And I think I need to focus on doing that. How's Noxie after our content centipede? This is the problem. Noxie comes in here.
Oh no!
What the fuck are you? What the Okay, I'm ending the stream before you waste any more of your money, Ashura. Yeah, something's wrong with you. Anyway, this was about one thing. I'm gonna have to change the title on every single, like, piece of thing that I put out there. No hardcore WoW challenge tonight. I gotta get some sleep. I want to prepare for tomorrow. I want to be ready for when I'm talking to Mukluk. I'm now gonna fuck with him with my character. I've got to figure out other ways to fuck with him. So we'll get there. And we'll see if we can make this as entertaining as possible. Maybe, if I'm lucky, I can still ride the line of being PG and not ruin things too much. At least not get him banned off of YouTube. But we'll see. Well, it depends on how far I can plan this. How much can I get away with that's going to be okay. But anyway, I'm going to fuck off now. I'm going to go get some rest. No, that's the wrong one. Mukluk will see me tomorrow. And so will you. I now know the perfect question to ask Mukluk from this angle. Hey Mukluk, are you circumcised? That's my first question towards him. Goodbye.